Turn this music down. Steve's not even in here. Steve was just like, I don't. There you are, Steve. You're in Discord, and you're just like, I don't want to record in StreamYard today.
I'm confused.
Need to fix my nameplate.
He's just there to hang out.
You gotta fix your mic too.
Steve Durgan as Steve Durgan.
Steve Durgan is Steve Durgan. Well, here we are. Scum and Villainy. Villainy and Scum.
Oh wow.
Oh wow. Danny.
What's to say about it?
Danny. You're
Yes,
alive. You're alive.
I'm alive.
I'm so
I'm
glad.
here. I'm alive.
We should explain to our non-patrons
now.
why that's exciting.
Yeah. Do you wanna regale us with a story, Danny?
Yeah, I just
Or is
went.
this Patreon exclusive content?
Yeah, I mean, we'll have a Patreon exclusive on our next Patreon exclusive show. I'll go into details. But
It's actually not, because I released that microscope. Episode
right.
To the general feed, and everybody got a chance.
Oh,
to see.
nice.
So.
Nice. Yeah, I just thought I was dying for a minute, but I wasn't. So
But you're not,
yeah,
and you're here.
I'm here.
What is a not a recent, but like, what's a near death experience you've had? Rest of you, anyone else?
Yeah, one time I was in a Boy Scout canoe that four of my friends, well, actually three of my friends and me, four of us together,
Okay.
took down to the local park where the urban pipeline was flooded and had been flooded with torrential rain for like 5 days. So normally it's like a trickle.
Yeah.
And in this case, the full like 5 foot high of the pipe was just gushing with like full speed. I don't know what speed, maybe 25, 30 miles an hour at least, water just pouring into this river. And we got down there and we didn't have proper paddles either. We were like, it would be so sick if we could take this thing down the bend a little bit.
Oh no.
And we got there and two of the friends chicken out. But me and Evan were both brave / stupid enough to try it. I had a hockey stick for a paddle and he had just the pole of a rake, like where the rake part had broken off. So we were going to use the pole just to like poke the edges of the bank of the river to like try to guide us. We had no real grasp of physics or how strong the water would be. And so we had this little, I don't know, is it called an alcove? Just like a little patch of water that was more still that we set the boat in. We both got in it. We pushed off. And as soon as we pushed off, I've never really, until that point at age 16, grasped the power and strength of water.
Oh yeah.
And it just absolutely took us. We had no control over the boat. We were carried straight into an overhang of a bunch of like dead branches, which knocked us over and tipped us into the water.
Oh my
And then
God.
like adrenaline hit and things slowed down in a really epic way for me. And yes, I was in the front of the boat. Evan was in the back. I like come to, and I'm like, I look back and Evan has grabbed onto the overhang of the branches. So he's able to like safely get back to the shore if you can climb it. And he's like hanging on for just a second or two to the boat with his ankles to like try to like save me, totally in vain as it fills with water. I know. He's like, I can't hold on, Derpy, because he used to call me Derpy. And I was like,
Great time.
I don't know if I said anything, but I was just like accepting.
You're just like, this is my end.
happening.
I'm gonna die
Thanks, bro.
right now.
Yeah. And I went under and then came to and was like next to the boat, which was fully upside down, which was extremely fortunate because I just grabbed onto the boat and then it took me to the shore. So I was okay.
I'm
But I
stressed
could have
just
definitely
listening
drowned.
to that.
Wow.
Cool.
I'm stressed listening to that. I feel like Johnny and Nick probably have some very good stories of near death experiences.
All right,
Yeah.
man, take a pick.
I have a lot of stories of near-death experiences in two different ways. Like I've got stories of like times where I was like very physically, like I was in the hospital and like my blood oxygen was 30 and like I was literally about to die. And then I have like stories which I think are more fun of like being places and just crazy things happening. Like I have 3 stories from India when I was there, which to preface this, like I've talked about this on the show before. grew up really religious, used to be very religious. I was in India doing Christian missions stuff, but that's only slightly important to these near-death experiences.
You know what's crazy we've never talked about? I've also been to India on mission.
Oh, really?
trips. Yeah.
Nice. We'll talk more about that sometime. But so one of the things, we were in a temple in India, and we were like trying to do, it was this weird thing where like, seriously, don't do this, respect other people's religions and places of worship, but we were trying to do this like subversive prayer thing in this temple, and the priests found out. And it is important to know, despite what Western media would tell you, that not all Hindus are like pacifists and things like that. Like we got chased down. If you've ever seen like pictures of Indian temples, like traditional like Indian temples, the stairs are very steep, and we got chased out of a temple by a group of priests with AK-47s.
Oh my god!
And that was probably the most scared I've ever been in my life.
Fair.
I will skip one of the other ones just for the sake of time. But another thing that happened in India, we were in our last night in India. We were in a park in Hyderabad, and we were like hanging out. We had a few hours before we needed to be at the airport, and it was like our last night. We had some friends that we'd made while we were there. There was a group of us who were there for a few months, and so we were hanging out with these friends in this park, and then it's just time to leave. And so it's like 2 a.m. or something like that. We need to get to the airport. So we all pile into our cab. We go to the airport. We say our goodbyes and yada, yada, move on. I get home and my mom is like, we say our hellos. We like greet each other. It's been months since we've seen each other. And then she's like, okay, I need to show you this article about something that happened in India. I don't know if you've ever been to this part of India, but this is crazy because like it's right around the time you were leaving. Hour after we left that park, there was a suicide bombing in the part of the park that we were hanging out in. And
Wow.
it was an hour away from just getting killed in the bombing.
And I feel like at that point in your life, you're probably like, man, that was a God thing.
Yeah.
Wow, God really cares about me and not about any of the people who are in that park afterwards.
Exactly. Right. Exactly.
Thanks, God.
Now you're just like, damn, what a crazy coincidence. Like,
Yeah. And I've only been to the parts of India that I've been to, obviously, but like that part of India, Hyderabad, very, very big, very, very busy city that like 3 a.m. sounds like a weird time for a bombing, but there's probably a few hundred people just in that area. Like It doesn't, like we talk about New York being the city that never sleeps, but like Asian cities, man, they
yeah.
really
yeah. Tokyo is always on, baby.
Yeah, I remember the comparison was if New York is the city that never sleeps, then Tokyo is the city that never stops to take a breath.
Yeah.
That's fair. Tokyo is a city that has eradicated the need for sleep at all.
Yeah.
No
Never
rest.
even heard the word.
Naps, baby.
Yeah, we say that, but also in Tokyo, things don't open until like 11 p.m.
It's
like,
true.
AM,
It's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
very often. So like, it's really just that the whole city's kind of staggered a little later.
Yeah. Nick, you got any good near death stories?
I don't know. man.
If
What do you-
I've got one off the top, I think of. If you need to think about it.
Oh sure.
if you-
Well, I just gotta pick one.
Oh, you got to pick one.
Trying to find an entertaining one. Just,
That's
you
understandable.
go ahead. You go ahead.
I was picking up my parents. This is back in Southern California. I was picking up my parents from the airport. I don't remember where they were going, but I brought along one of my friends. Shout out Chad. Good dude. He was sitting in the passenger seat with me, and we got there too early. And so instead of park, I was just like circling the terminal, waiting for them to come out. And I was in high school. Everyone makes dumb decisions at high school. I was like, hey, what if every time we turn the corner, like come back around, we take the initial loop into the terminal 5 miles an hour faster? And it was all dandy until we got to about, I think, 80. 80 was when I started to lose control of the car, and there was a moment I was like, this car is going to topple over and I'm going to go hurtling into the parking structure and die. And I think we hit the curb and I somehow righted it, and we just kind of stared at each other And I almost died then. I was very close to dying right there. And the funniest part is that the alignment of the steering wheel was off. I forgot about this part. The alignment of the steering wheel was off, like very off. Like if the wheel was pointed left and it was going straight. And like,
oh my God.
Picked up my parents, got home. Like a week later, my mom was like, "Do you know what happened to the steering wheel?" And I was like, "No, I don't. What? I don't. What are you talking about? No idea." So they had to take it in and get it fixed. And I didn't tell them that it was because I almost died. And I was making dumb decisions. That just happened.
Airport terminal? Nah. Racetrack? Yeah.
Yeah. Why is it, if it's not supposed to be a racetrack, Danny, tell me why it's a circle.
Why did the
racetrack shaped?
Why is it
I'm not
racetrack?
supposed to floor it around. And why is it looped?
Why is it looped? Tell me where else in the world do cars
to accelerate?
There's only one place in the world where cars drive in a circle, and it's at a racetrack.
Nick's thinking.
Yeah, sorry. None of my stories are particularly fun. So like, there's like car accidents I could talk about. Most of the ones that are more fun are like when I've saved other people's lives. Like, there was my friend who people underestimate water very often. And Lake Michigan, if you don't know, it's basically an ocean. If you've never seen the Great Lakes of America, they're basically an ocean, small freshwater oceans. And yeah, we were out at the beach with some friends, and somebody may have gotten a little sauced and swam out too far. And people don't really understand like riptides or like waves in general, so they're swimming out to grab him and do your best to swim back. That's probably that was one of the closest situations I've been to drowning, for sure. Because when you're fighting against it, it's not something like when you fight your hardest, you aren't winning. You're just mitigating how far it's taking you out. And you just keep doing it until you finally catch a break with like a wave or something.
Isn't there like an actual method to fighting a riptide? Like you swim with it.
Fight it. You swim perpendicular to it instead of
But that can be hard to orient when somebody's panicking with you.
For sure. For sure. That's I mean,
none of us are saying that you're at
you should have swam perpendicular, but
you can't see it. Like it's not like you can see a riptide. You just feel it, so you're just like, well, maybe I go to the right, and then you take 100 yards out in a different direction. You're like, oh, that was the wrong direction.
That was the wrong way.
Did that friend grow up there, or were they not? You might have said that, and I missed it. But were they from the area, or were they from?
Yes, they were. But just because we live next to the lake, a lot of people don't actually know about like being in the water. Because a lot of people don't go out further than 20 feet or something.
Fair enough. Yeah, because I grew up on one of the Great Lakes too. But I always found that like the people who didn't grow up in the area were the ones who like treated it like it was just a local little lake versus understanding that it is.
The biggest one that's actually claimed lives is people try to swim out to the break wall, and it's like a nautical mile. I don't know, people see it and they're like, I can totally make that, and they try to swim out to it.
We must move on. One of these days, I will get on my soapbox about calling Lake Michigan a beach, but
no,
it's literally got a beach.
You fucking California people, and you're
it's just not this day.
I think your actual problem is when people call it the third coast. I think that's your actual issue.
No, here's the thing.
No, we don't have time. We don't have time. You can all yell it. You can all yell it. No. You can all yell it. You can all yell at me next episode. Next episode, I will next
beach, and they need to shut their freaking mouth.
Next episode, I will open up the floor, and you you can all just yell at me as much as you want to. But right now, we need to have a near-death experience inside of Governor Malclee's vacation home on Nightfall.
Oh, I don't want to. Okay.
I don't want to do it. Last episode, you kind of finished up a couple downtime actions. And we're hunting for a job, went back to Yatu. Yatu said, hey, I need somebody to break into Governor Malclee's sort of second vacation home on Nightfall. He has some storage in his basement that he keeps some secret stuff, and I need everything that you can find on Project Aleph. So you're like, we got it. You get to Nightfall, beat up some guards, find out that there's a party going on. So you have the great idea to have Dr. Mordecai and Praxis infiltrate the party, provide some distraction so that Gears and Graves can infiltrate down below in the sewer line. They do it. Great. Dr. Nevin and Praxis get into the party, encountering Dr. Nevin's rival, a rival doctor named Judah, who leaves to come back and do some big presentation. While you're waiting for Dr. Judah to come back, Praxis does his little way ability and makes everybody sort of go mad and tear at each other. However, what you did not know was that part of the presentation involved a Ramden, an old friend, Zelrek, aka 160. What was Dr. Judah going to do with Zelrek? We'll never know, because now that Ramden is on a rampage murdering these doctors. I think we had a little echo from Johnny there. Murdering these doctors. And I did not say this last time, but I will say it now. He's bigger than 160 now. Something has been done to him to increase his size. He's a bit swoller than he was the last time you saw him.
I've been hitting the gym.
I don't like it. I don't like it. It's out of character for him.
It's a little out of character for him. It'll be interesting to see, like, if you're in, like, if you find a way to, like, figure out what happened to him in the midst of this job. However, we're not going to open in the party at all. There, I think, is a significant distraction. That was all just a setup for the engagement role, which is fun. I love it so much. So we're going to start with the engagement rule. We're going to start with a die for sheer luck. Do I think the operation is particularly bold or daring? I don't think so. I think it's a pretty standard job. You got the prongs, but I don't think in and of itself it's bold and daring. But I also don't think it's complex or contingent on many factors. I think it's a pretty standard job, I think. Does the plan's detail expose a vulnerability of the target or hit them where they're weakest? I feel like it might, using this social opportunity as a distraction. Sure, I'll give you a dice for that.
Cool.
So they're also then not strong against your approach. Do you have any friends or contacts that provide aid or insight? I don't think you do. I don't think you do. Unless you're like, no. I think so.
No strong argument is obvious to me.
But I do think Judah is a part of this. I do think Judah is going to take a die away as Dr. Nevin's rival. Are there any elements you want to consider? Yeah, I think you did a successful sort of setup for this. You're going to get a die back. There's a significant distraction that the guards are probably mostly concerned with what is happening up top at the party, and there'll be less guards down below. But House Malcleave is a higher tier than you, so I'm going to take that die away. We're looking at 1 dice. I will let Steve roll this one.
Ooh, goody. 1 die?
1 single die.
Okay. Here goes something. 6.
Wow, incredible.
I willed it to
Feel
be
Justin be like, I'm so disappointed.
No, are you kidding
I'm just
me?
messing. I'm just messing.
I'm rooting for you all. I'm rooting for you all. A 6 is great. I mean, I think then what it is, like, I think we open on Gears and Graves as they've maybe Gears has like a blowtorch, and he's like cutting into the grate of one of the sewer pipes that leads like directly into this area, and you can hear like footsteps running up above as though the guards are responding to something important upstairs. But you cut through this grate, and before you is the basement and storage area of House Malclease mansion.
All right, well that went pretty easy. Where do we go from here?
Yeah, I also I'm meta. I also have that
You
question.
Don't remember.
Yeah, I'm still trying to gain the sense of the thread of like once I get in, I'm trying to do what to support.
We're gonna get data.
We're looking
so you
for-
need to find a computer.
Yeah, like so, is that
Like a terminal?
the essence of what we're looking for? Like some sort of digital point of access to info,
So there was
physical
a
documents.
yeah, it was a specific computer. I love figuring out like what you guys take notes on and what you don't take notes on. It's the funniest thing in the world to me.
I wrote this. Ramden on a rampage, 160. Dr. Judah there. Dr. Nevin's arrival. Using social distraction at party. Praxis and Nevin. Gears and I to infiltrate vacation home from below.
I mean, that's
what I
accurate.
wrote.
So you're trying.
It's not enough though.
It's not enough though. It's all accurate. It's just you miss some important details.
It's just not enough.
You're trying to find the specific computer that has this information on Project Aleph. You know a couple things. There are going to be guards down here. Obviously, there are now going to be less guards because of the successful distraction up top.
Yep.
You also know that there is a optic field. So it's not that the things are invisible. It's that your eyes and your brain is just having trouble focusing on exactly where that thing is and what it is. So you're not quite there yet. You're kind of you can see the vault, you can see everything there, but you're gonna once you get in there, that's gonna be an issue.
Cool.
Once you do find that terminal, you know that the next layer of security, the last layer of security, is that it's not as simple as just like let me find the file on the desktop and then copy it over. It is housed in a virtual environment, so you're going to have to plug yourself in somehow and make your way through cyberspace in order to get this file.
Cool.
All right. So right now we can sort of see the general vault.
Yeah, I'll
That's
say
not
that.
blurred.
Yeah, yep. I'll say that you
Okay.
can see where the things are housed. So you're gonna have to like find a way to get into the vault before anything else.
What does it look like? Is it like a just like ironclad thing all the way around, bank style type of deal?
Yeah, that's what I'm picturing. I'm picturing just one of those big, like circular,
Huge, like turn wheel
wheels.
things.
Exactly.
Well, classic heist.
All right, yeah. Well, I'll start cracking the safe
Okay.
door.
All right. I think I need an action for that.
Yeah, I'm gonna use my fine ship repair tools and
It's fair.
try to rig myself in, cut myself into the door.
Okay, I love that. I think we're because you rolled a 6. We're looking at a controlled position.
Cool.
Yes.
And I think we're looking at a limited effect, and that is including your fine ship repair tools because of it is a higher tier than you.
Yes.
Is it possible for an assist to increase effect?
It is. You'd have to tell me how you do that, though.
I'll allow Nick to describe and see if it makes sense fictionally based on his description of his approach. Are you cutting out a hinge in the door? Or are you trying to get into
No, I think it's
the
more
wheel
specific.
thing to manipulate. Like,
Yeah, so it's like carefully cutting into certain parts to reveal certain like pieces behind, like inside the internal mechanism of the door, and trying to like simultaneously actuate that and like the door handle and the lock itself to like try to get it all moving. And any assistance could just be like just needing more hands. Like, I need you to pull the thing now and stop pulling, and I need you to apply tension and release tension. Just
So
that kind of thing.
okay. So you're poking around a little bit experimentally, trying to handle and stuff while you do this.
And assisting will give him a die. It's not going to increase the effect.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
I think I'll just see if he does it on his own then.
Okay.
I will trade for
control.
position.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go risky.
Risky standard, buddy.
Risky standard. What makes it risky now?
I think in lieu of taking more time, Gears kind of rushes the thing, goes for more dangerous,
perfect,
like risky maneuvers.
Yep, I'm tracking.
Okay. And do I push myself? Nah.
Okay.
5.
Okay. Okay. You are, with the help of Graves, even though you didn't mechanically assist, I'm assuming you're narratively assisting. The two of you are able to pretty quickly get this vault door open. However, as the wheel spins, as the lock unhinges and pops open, you hear a klaxon alarm go off down here. As
I would like to resist that roll.
Okay. I was gonna fill it out a little bit. It's that the klaxon alarm goes off and you hear guards starting to like skid and turn back around towards you. So what do you do to resist this?
Yeah, I think it's the realization that he went a little too far when he unlocked it and he like missed one last like alarm trigger.
Okay.
And really quick, shoves his it's not even like a careful, he just slams his like screwdriver just into the just hoping it stops it.
Okay. I think we might. Is it insight or resolve? I think it might be resolve in this situation.
That's fair. 6.
Hey, good gamble. Good
Worked
gamble.
out.
No
Worked out.
stress. The alarm turns back off. Struggling to explain why the guards would turn around immediately.
Well, it resists the effect, right? So the alarm maybe never goes off, or like.
Oh yes, you're right. Correct. Yes, you're right. Yep. You can see that the alarm is about to go off.
It just shoves a screwdriver into something, and then it's like, okay, nothing happened. Okay.
I think it's like maybe like that thing where like that first note goes off, and just instinctively you like hit it, so that way it would 100% just sound like a glitch or an error, and there'd be no reason to check it out. But you wait a moment, the alarm doesn't go off. You're just like silently waiting to hear if you hear anything. You don't hear any footsteps coming to you. You continue to hear them running upstairs.
Okay, I think we're good. That went well. You can turn the wheel the rest of the way now.
All right.
Pull out the door.
You open the door, and to your eye, it kind of looks like a blank, empty room.
Yes.
But also, like, your head kind of hurts a little bit. There's like a low buzz in the back of your, like, behind your eyes. And you are like, this must be the optic field we heard about. However,
It doesn't feel right.
Oh, are we cutting away from here?
we're going to cut to the top.
I have a solution for this.
I'm sure you do, Nick. I'm sure you do. But we're
Oh,
gonna
stop
cut.
jumping up.
We're gonna cut to the top because I want to see what Praxis and Dr. Nevin do as this shower of scientist viscera just explodes across the room. And I think I like this idea of, like, Dr. Nevin, you were like walking out of the bathroom, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And
He has like linen that he's
Apropos.
drying his hands off with.
yeah. And you see this, and like you see that everyone is screaming and there's chaos, and there's like a couple scientists who are like standing in front of you trying to figure out what to do, and then all of a sudden they just explode as this rampaging rammed in is in front of you. You know it's not Graves. It doesn't look like Graves, but it just murdered these scientists in front of
Just
you.
red mist.
Red mist, and in its
Oh my
bloodshot
God.
eyes, it looks up at you. What are you and Praxis doing?
So I don't know how far it's so I'm thinking through a couple things. Like, one, like I
Mhm.
tried to word it carefully so that they would attack each other and not me, but I did not include Mordecai in that.
Sure.
You didn't.
I very much didn't. So I want to try and gauge, like, if I feel like I am the focus of anyone's ire before I decide what I'm gonna do next.
No, I will say you're not.
Okay. And how, so like I got up on like a table or like a platform or whatever.
Yep.
Is it like, is Mordecai, like, I'm kind of assuming he's like on the other side of the room from me, like the bathrooms
sure.
are kind of like in the
Yes.
other
Yes.
end of
Yep.
the room.
Yeah.
Cool. Nevin, Dr. Nevin, don't let that chap hit you. You will die. And
Just staring at this Ramdun, whom he's never met before, he just gives Praxis a thumbs up.
do I recognize him? I know you told us who he is, but would I recognize him?
Yeah, I think so. Because I think it's much more narratively interesting if, like,
Yeah.
you're like, this is definitely 160. This is Zelrek. You can also see, though, that, like, it is not just whatever, like, way blinders you put on him and the rest of this crowd. There's something off with Zelrek.
160.
What is your intent?
To see if he looks. To see if his old moniker gets his attention.
I don't think there is quite a action here because it does not respond. It lowers its head as though it is getting ready to charge at Dr. Nevin.
Dr. Nevin, I do believe he's an old friend, but he doesn't seem to have his wits about him. I would move.
All right. So this is a funny story. Came into this job with 8 stress marked.
Oh no!
8 stress marked, a broken arm.
If it makes me feel
Looking
better,
great.
I marked 7 stress to start, like, the move I started the
To
job
do
with.
this.
Like,
Oh God. So, regardless,
Number 6.
though, I think this is what I mean. This is so. With his non-broken arm, with his arm that's not on the cast,
He still has
He
a
holds
broken
up-
arm. Oh my god.
Yeah. um. Yeah. He'll hold up a hand and be like, "Sir, I'm gonna need you to calm down. Everything's gonna be okay. We can get you some help. I'm gonna mark my fine bedside manner.
Yeah.
Charm that sets patients at ease. Some stitches never bother to bring this, but Mordecai always does."
It's kind of his shtick.
Yeah.
I think it's what makes him a good doctor.
Mhm.
I think there's an action here. I think there's an action here.
Oh, I do too. I really wish that Sway didn't make the most sense.
I mean, if you're gonna pick Sway, you tell me. What action do you think you're using here?
I was thinking Constort could make sense, but that specifies contacts and friends.
Yeah,
And he has no idea. He has no idea who
yeah.
this Ramden is.
Think of consorting as like wheeling and dealing and getting your contacts to be like, hey, I need this thing. Can you get me this thing? That's consorting.
I could use my starting ability to roll doctor instead if I push myself, but then I'll push myself.
And you'll be taken out.
And I'll be taken out.
So we're just gonna go with Sway.
I think we're just gonna go with Sway, and I'll have to roll 2 dice and take the lower result.
Here's the bad news.
That's not the bad news.
We still haven't heard position, right?
Yeah,
we haven't heard position or effect.
So I think this is desperate. And I think it's no effect.
Well, what the heck then, man?
Yeah,
I
over
know.
here, man.
I
What the
know.
heck there, eh?
I
Well, you
know.
can't critically succeed because you're rolling 2 and taking the lower. So you cannot succeed.
I cannot succeed.
Is that the first
So
time it's
you
ever
need a
happened?
different- Yeah, that's pretty much the first time.
I mean, you can get a 4 or 5.
Yeah.
But it's no effect, so it doesn't do anything.
I could technically get a 6 if I roll 2 6s.
You could technically get a 6.
Does it?
To Nick's point, though, does
But-
it not? Does it
But
still
it
not
has
do
no effect.
anything?
But it has no effect. So yeah.
It's fine bedside manner.
So you can
Is
find
it?
bedside
It is italicized fine bedside
Well,
manner.
I mean, you could try
Yes.
a different skill that you're actually.
I
trained
will say it is limited then.
because I marked off the fine bedside manner.
I will say it is
Oh,
limited.
thank you, Justin.
If it was just bedside manner,
Oh.
no effect. But fine bedside manner indicates an increase in potency, which is an increase.
Hmm.
Heck. Huh.
Not just any bedside manner over here,
So you're
Dr.
telling me
Mordecai.
there's still a chance.
I'm telling you, there's a chance.
Bedside manner is
Alright.
fine.
We're at desperate and limited.
I am marking that XP, and I'm rolling 2 dice and taking the lower. Let's go. That's a 4.
Hey,
I rolled a 6 and a 4.
yeah. Yeah,
Hey, could be worse.
it could be a lot worse.
Could be way worse.
Yes.
Could be raining asteroids.
It's
You
already
know what?
raining blood, so
It's already raining blood. You know what I'm gonna do?
Could have brought a doctor to a Ramden fight. Wait.
wait.
I'm gonna make a clock. Called Zelrek regains mind. We'll just say it's not the right word, but and I'm gonna mark off. I'm gonna mark off with. I'm gonna mark off 1 tick. I'm gonna make this a 4-segment clock. I'm gonna mark off 1 tick on this clock.
Okay. Just real
nice.
quick. We should be at 2 gambit, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you haven't used one yet.
Steve, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Because Praxis spent some time getting combat training from Carlton.
Mhm.
During the time they spent together training, did Graves reveal any sort of particular like weak spots or things that Ramdens have that make like any vulnerabilities of Ramdens specifically?
Ooh.
While you think about that, let me describe the
Mhm.
consequence. You say this, and there's this moment that this like haze goes away from Zelrek's eyes. And there is a pleading, desperate tear that just rolls down his eye as the haze comes back, and he charges at you. And you were not quite ready for him to do that. You thought this would talk him down, but also there's something behind him that's fighting against whatever he's doing. So he kind of grazes you with his head and just kind of knocks you back into the wall. And I would like you to take the level 2 harm broken ribs.
Oh man.
Ooh.
All right, so arms are broken, ribs are broke.
Arms are broken, ribs are broke. Unless I guess you can't. You could roll a very risky resistance.
I could. I don't think I will. It's all right. You know, what's two broken bones? Yeah. I'm a doctor.
I'm a doctor, not a broken ragdoll.
I'm gonna try something.
For those listening, I'm feeding Johnny little tidbits in the chat that might inspire a strategy.
I slowly and gently remove my jacket, and I kind of and I draw the sword that I have, and I am gonna go just full Matador.
I love it.
And I shout, Zelrek, come for me. You know it'll be more fun. And then I like kind of like flap the jacket.
Yeah, for sure. I love it. I'm in my head too. I'm envisioning I feel like there's some sort of matador like equivalent that nobles do in this universe. So like you're a little familiar with this sort of practice for sure.
No, they just have matadors. It's just still a thing.
For sure,
like a
yeah.
Dune reference.
Yeah. Is that really still interesting?
I love that I'm doing this literally next door to a bull ring. So feeling inspired here.
Yeah.
What action do you think this is?
For this particular one, I think sway.
Sway. Okay. All right.
If you don't think that sway is a good enough move, I know, like, I don't want the bullshit. Like,
Yeah.
No, like, if you don't think that sway is a strong enough option, then I'm going to side dance again and make him come for me.
I think swaying essentially a coked out raging bull, trying to convince him with like guile is almost, as we saw with Dr. Nevin, barely squeaked by with even limited effect.
Then I'm gonna push
I think
myself
in this
side
case,
dance.
if you had said something like command, I'd be all.
I just don't have
would
as
be
many
like command
pips in
makes sense.
command, so it's easier for me to either sway or to side dance and guarantee the result.
I understand. Let's play loose and fast with it. Who cares about guaranteeing the result?
I do.
Okay.
Specifically, this character.
Okay, you can push yourself to sway them. What do you, you've said come at you.
Yeah.
Okay. How much stress are you spending? I should have given you position and effect first. I think it's risky, and it is. We'll say standard. Risky standard.
Cool.
But you said double sixes.
Double sixes, so we get a gambit.
You're always, Johnny. You're always so like you're like rolling,
Swear
just
to God.
rolling.
Forget about position and effect.
I know. I know. You just want to do the thing. You just want to get to the outcome, get to the result of you winning. Okay. Those criticals all the time. Take
Yeah,
that
how much does
gambit.
position and effect really matter for Johnny?
I
I think it matters for everything because even if something has no effect, if I roll double sixes, it's still doing shit.
it sets the stakes. That's why it's important.
Yeah,
It sets the moment and it sets the stakes for what could happen.
I do see the value of position and effect.
I know
just
you do.
forget
I
to
know
wait.
you do. I know you do. I know you're just excited. You're just excited. But you do it with increased effect, so it's gonna do it with great effect. So I will say this. I will say that it turns and it charges at you. What do you do? It is barreling towards you.
Yeah. So I am gonna he's got his head down.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming, and so what I understand from Graves is when their head is down, when they're charging, they can't really turn on a dime. They're kind of like moving in the direction they're moving, and so I have set it up that like I'm in this space. So as he reaches me, I want to sidestep and bring my sword down into the back of his neck.
Okay. I need an action.
This is gonna be scrap.
Okay. Yeah, this feels risky. I think you've got a tiny bit of control in this sort of position. So I don't think it's quite desperate, but I definitely think it's risky. And we'll say standard effect. Say standard effect.
Can I trade?
Of course you can. Desperate and great?
Yeah.
Yeah. Of course.
Okay. I'm nervous. I only get one dice on this one.
And so like I feel like desperate is like representing you like waiting till the last possible second to do this move.
6.
My boy.
Incredible.
Oh,
Incredible. Dr. Nevin,
oh my gosh.
You see Praxis pull out his cape and his sword and beckon Zelrek to charge at him. And it looks as though Zelrek is going to just crumple this noble, just bash him straight into the wall, ending his line forever. And at the last possible moment, Praxis wheels his cape around, sidesteps, and knocks Zelrek in the head. And Zelrek, like in one of those...
So I want to stab him through the neck. I don't want to like bonk him.
Oh, you're trying to...
stabbing him through the neck.
Goodbye to Zelrek.
I've never been so excited to see a Ramden killed.
Go down. Your intent is to kill him.
So here's the thing.
Yeah.
I have the cold condition, or the cold trauma.
I'm
not necessarily trying to kill him.
Okay.
I'm definitely trying to incapacitate him, but I do not care if he dies.
Yeah,
I understand.
And probably like in the heat of this moment thing.
It makes sense. I don't think
It's
anybody.
not
bothering you.
Did somebody
bothering you to
intentionally
think
say
that's
goat down, or were we just trying to say go down? Because goat down is gold. That is.
That is gold. Go down, go down,
go down.
Episode title.
It might be.
It might be.
It's pretty good. It's
better not be this goat.
It's pretty good.
Goat we're concerned with right now.
Oh man, what do we want to do with Zelrek?
Well, evidently we want a goat on a spit or a goat roast.
Dr. Nevin, you see Praxis sidestep at the last possible moment and shove the pointy end of his sword right into the neck.
Not the pointy end.
Not the pointy end. And Zelrek skids, crashes down with a thump onto the ground. Blood is like pouring out his wound.
Yeah, you watch as Praxis kind of puts his foot on Zalrek's back and removes the sword, starts cleaning it. Isn't even really paying attention to the body at all.
I feel like I was connecting to him.
Dr. Nevin, do you get close to this body? Like you can see it's still like it's labored breathing. It's not moving, but there's labored breathing.
I feel like, I mean, he isn't among the countless bodies that are probably surrounding us now.
Mm-hmm.
And are we still in the midst of like chaos and like people fighting around us?
Yes, I think so. Yeah. Now that Zalrek is dead, people are still like, yeah.
I think Dr. Nevin is just gonna be like, Praxis, we need to go.
Indeed, we do.
I think we've done our job.
Yes, they seem quite distracted.
Yes. Yes, they do.
You do hear like well, I don't know how, if Praxis is so cold that he wouldn't even hear. You hear like help.
Yeah, I was gonna say I would definitely hear it, because the next thing I was gonna say is I want to search his pockets, because I'm still interested in what made him this way.
Yeah.
And I want to see if there's any evidence like on his person.
Perfect.
Though I'm not helping him.
You can see that the haze has lifted. This is so interesting, because with that like side dance to make him do this and that great effect, you filled up Zelrek regains his mind. I just thought it'd be interesting to still have like one last charge at you, because that's what you told him to do.
Yeah.
He was mostly with it when he did that, and you murdered him.
Yeah.
The haze
is Johnny.
The haze is
Johnny feel awful right now.
Hey, Johnny, you didn't do this. Praxis did, okay? It's not your fault.
The haze is gone from his eyes. He's desperate looking at you in this moment. He's squeaking out, Dr. Judah, biovirus in his lab back there.
Did Mordecai hear that? Or is it too quiet?
I mean, I don't know where you are. I know that Praxis is right there. That's why I was asking if the doctor was going up there, but I think you're farther away. So
yeah, I think he's too far away.
Yeah, I kind of finished searching his pockets. I'm assuming I don't really find anything particularly of value. I'm assuming that everything that's of value is what he just said. And so I kind of stand up and I wipe some of the blood that got on my hands from searching upper pockets like off, and biovirus. I suppose.
Yes.
I suppose we should make ourselves scarce before it affects us, eh?
No, only Robdens.
Oh.
Go down.
Yeah.
Come quick, come here. I have to get this to someone.
What?
Oh. On 2K. My people are behind it. You have to open it. You have to. And then the eyes flutter and shut. And you can see that like his body had all these like black veins, viscous veins. And as he dies, his form kind of like shrinks back to the size of 160 that you're familiar with, as the veins recede.
Is he holding something? Like he was saying, you have to get this to.
Oh, it's just that information.
Just the information. Okay.
Yeah.
At this point, Dr. Nevin runs up to Praxis and is like, "What are you doing? Did you know him? Are you talking to him? We need to go."
Yes, he was an old friend.
Oh.
We do need to go, though. I believe that Dr. Judah infected him with a biovirus? I don't know.
Oh.
But yes, let's go. We should warn Graves.
Okay.
I just turn around and start walking out.
He sort of looks at Praxis, looks down at Zalrak, is like, So that's what he does to friends. Noted. And then
He has specifically said we're not friends, so maybe this is a good thing.
maybe I'm safe. All right.
I will like hop on the communicator as we're walking, and just say, Graves, do be careful. Apparently, there's a biovirus that makes you goatmen go crazy.
Where? Everywhere?
I'm not
He
trying
just
to
instinctively holds his breath.
I suppose I should have asked more questions, but
depending on
he
where
was
you're going,
not-
you did see like he was looking and trying to look at like Dr. Judah had like set up a lab here in Malcley's house for this demonstration.
Mm. I'm gonna roll a die to make up my own mind.
When in doubt.
Yeah. Okay. I get up and I start moving to the front door, but then I think about everything that Zelrek just said, and I turn on my heel, and I'm imagining because of the way that the side dancing works, that like the people who are fighting kind of like stop as I like just walk through. Like I'm just like like not like picking my way through. I'm just going, and they're like a little bit moving out of my way, and and I'm gonna go towards the lab.
Okay, Dr. Nevin, where are you headed? Are you going with?
I think he'll follow Praxis if to his understanding he knows that's. I mean, I think Dr. Ward and Nevin will go up to Praxis and say, "Where are you going?"
Apparently there's a lab here with the virus.
Okay, I'll come with.
Wonderful. Maybe your expertise will come in handy.
Exactly what I was thinking. All right, let's make this quick.
So should I stop holding my breath?
But now, Graves, if you haven't already been infected, you're probably fine where you are.
Don't worry about it, buddy.
You find a door and you open it, and it's not a full lab. This is a house, but a small lab has been set up for this demonstration and for Dr. Judah's work for this demonstration. So you see, beakers, test tubes, and a chair that's got like straps, and it's a much bigger chair, obviously not meant for humans at all. And we are going to cut to the vault. Graves gears a seemingly almost invisible. You can feel like as you like look and try and focus, you can make out objects. Something is there, but it's like blurred. Like you know how when you're looking at the horizon, there's like the gas lines and the heat lines.
Mm-hmm.
It's like that times 100. Like everything's just like covered in these like wavy lines. You can't quite tell what's there.
So, I have within my inventory vision enhancing goggles, but I don't think I should be able to just put them on and have this be completely nullified. So I think we should also do a flashback where I modify them to work specifically in this scenario.
Yeah, you do. I think we're looking at a 1 stress flashback.
Okie dokie.
I don't think that's quite 2. Yep, I think that's 1 for sure. I do think I need an action.
I'm rigging them up.
I think that makes sense. Let's say it is. Let's say it's risky.
Okay.
Just because it's still a difficult thing to do, and you don't have so much time.
Yeah.
But we'll say standard effect.
Right. Yeah, risky standard. It seems to be our normal modus operandi.
So many things are going to end up being a risky standard.
But do I want it to be? That's right. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to trade up to Desperate.
Okay, what do you think great effect looks like in this case? Because standard is like the normal effect. So what would great effect be?
So standard, I think, would have made it so I could like discern between objects.
Okay.
To some extent, but I don't think they would have like been perfectly visible, and I need to be able to like interact with it. So I'm hoping that it assists in my interaction when I have to go actually like into the machine and hook up with it and interface it.
Okay. Yeah. Maybe there's like there's like the real port, and then there's the like virus port that if you jack into it just like kills you. And
just some assistance with that. And also, I don't know if you've ever tried to blind plug in a USB cord, but it never works.
It's the worst.
You put it in and it doesn't work, so you flip it and that doesn't work, so you flip it back to what it was before, and then you put it in and it works.
And then like, it works.
There's only two sides.
I'm also going to spend a gambit and have an extra roll on this. Now that
Okay.
We had 3, so I might as well. Okay, I critted it anyways.
Okay.
Which is like, why did I even trade up at that point? I got an experience point out of it. I shouldn't have complained. Anyways.
Yeah.
6 and 6.
I mean, that's the gamble, right? That's the gamble with Desperate and trading up for effect. But you're gonna do it with increased effect, which means like I think like you can see this. Graves can't, but your eyes you can see everything, and there's obviously a lot more in here than just a single terminal. You can see like there's a few terminals. There's also like various. They look like to be like, maybe like expensive statues or portraits. Feel like really expensive looking books. It seems to be like where Governor Malcleith like houses his most valuable items.
Anything that could potentially fit into Graves' bag, Gears stuffs it in there first. So those books, some of those smaller portraits, he's just like, Graves, turn around. And he opens up his backpack and just starts.
Oh, okay.
You can't even see what he's putting in there. It's just
let's
Yeah, what are you giving me? Yeah.
Don't worry about it. It's gonna be great.
I'm gonna roll a fortune die. Just to see how much you get. How about that?
Thank you.
Okay. You're able to grab. I'm not going to say exactly what it is. I know what I rolled, and I don't think it quite matters exactly what it is.
I get good stuff.
You got a little bit of time and you grab things, but then you hear maybe some footsteps behind, and you're like, we don't have time. We gotta do this.
Braves, hold them off. I'm gonna get into this, and I sit down at the table and jack in to the Matrix.
Graves is like relieved to turn away from the optical blurring and just back towards the source of the sound.
Yeah, I mean, the minute you do, like the headache kind of goes away, your eyes like focus again. You can like see out and see things. It's gotta be such a weird feeling. I would like an action roll, please, Mr. Gears.
Yes, I will use my fine hacking rig, and I will hack. I'm gonna hack in there.
That makes sense.
Jack in.
I need to give you position and effect. Let's say risky and standard.
Cool.
Risky standard. He's thinking about it. He's thinking about it.
You know, I do really like Desperate. Greater. Yeah, okay. Desperate Greater. You know, why not?
Okay.
I also filled up my insight track, so I get that at the end of the.
Yes, not in the middle of the job.
Get my third hack die. 6.
I think if there was one thing I would change about this, I think I would make it desperate actions like Push Your Luck and Avatar Legends, where like even on a 6, there's still a cost,
right?
Like a small cost, because like 4 to 5, there's a significant cost. I feel like 6 should still have some like minor cost to it. Yeah, exactly.
And then the only way to get out of it is to crit.
It's to create exactly. Yeah, exactly. That feels to me like the only way
frankly, there's not really like.
There's no reason not to go up to desperate if you're like, especially if you're like, I'm rolling 4 dice. Like, the chances of me getting a 6 or higher on desperate action is like super high.
I would like that in this game. That's one of the things I disliked about PBTA because I felt like it was annoying that there wasn't a way to crit out of having a consequence.
I like it. I love it. I love like these moments where you're like, I get what I want, and now I also have to deal with this other obstacle that's created because of my actions. I like, but I get
only for push your luck. Reliance skills and training, you can crit out.
Yeah. I guess I just like, I don't know. Maybe sometimes
I hear it.
I get you.
It could feel like, depending on the situation with push your luck, it can feel like
why am
a consequence, like a consequence for a consequence's sake, instead of feeling like.
That's true. It does sort of support arbitrary insertion of consequence sometimes.
Yeah, I think sometimes it is. This is like gaming stuff. We could talk about this in our. I was gonna say anyway. I'll tell that next episode. Anyway,
I think this is a fair conversation with the topic that we had, but I think
we can move back into the.
We can move on. Yeah, we can talk about it another time. Okay, so you do it, and I will say that with that great effect, you bypass even some of the like cyber obstacles, and you can see the. I mean, you're basically in front of a door, and that door is labeled Project Aleph.
Cool. So yeah, Gears Vision.
ALEPH.
Oh.
Aleph.
Wasn't expecting that. Yes. You're like, oh, I didn't expect it to be spelled like that. But yeah, so when he jacked in, he pulls out his hacking rig and he like hooks up his goggles to it, and then kind of like sits back, and he appears in front of this door. I think he sort of like waves his hand to the left and tries to like work his way through like, the source code, kind of like essentially attempting to like dematerialize the door instead of needing like access or authority or something.
Oh, okay. I think I need another action then.
I think this would be a hack
code, like in the movie Source Code.
Source code. I think we're looking at a risky position. I think we're looking at a limited effect. I probably should have had the initial one be limited as well too, but
well, we can say that the crit from before because I wanted it to like add 2.
There we go.
Yeah, that's why the position was a little better.
There we go.
I got you, buddy. Cool, baby. All right, so risky position, limited effects. I'm hacking.
Cool, baby.
I'm hacking. That's what I'm doing. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna roll it straight and see what happens.
Okay.
Six.
Y'all. All right, out of game it back.
That's why he wants consequences on a 6.
Well, I know I'm fine with it on risky. I do think it would make sense in a desperate position. I think.
Yeah, no, I don't think we.
Yeah,
I disagree.
But it is also like then I gotta introduce obstacles, and sometimes it feels like you guys just like steamroll over any obstacles, and I'm like, well, all right, that's the end of the mission. You guys are fine. You give yourself. You're basically like, I think you are just trying to do this one little thing. Give yourself just a little bit of permission to open this door, without triggering any alarms, and you do it. The door dematerializes and you see like sitting on a pedestal a folder.
Cool. I go into grab it, log it into my digital archive.
Is there another obstacle, or do I just let you have it?
Well, you want to roll a luck die in case.
Let's roll a fortune die.
Yeah.
Let's roll a fortune die.
I mean, hey, we can always do the Indiana Jones thing where he takes it off and he's...
So that I was thinking laser grid, but Governor Malcleith did not expect anybody to even get to this terminal. And with the permissions to even be able to open the door, he did not expect anyone to be able to get past that. And so you walk up and you grab the folder.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy. And I log it into my archive and go to Jack out.
Jack out. Okay.
Jack out.
Jack out.
Jack out. Jack in.
Check in.
Jack on out.
Not doing that right now.
That's later. You come out.
So I come to
Yeah. Yep.
What am I seeing?
In the actual like data of this?
No, well, I'm not looking at it yet. I think I can leave that until we leave. But I mean, like, I come into reality.
Oh yeah. Nothing has changed.
Oh, okay, good.
Yep. Yeah. Nothing has changed. Let's cut up to Dr. Mordecai and Praxis then. You are looking at this lab area with its various beakers and fluids and whatnot. There's like research notes spread across one of the desks. What do the two of you do?
There
Is
are
Dr.
two
Judah in
things
here?
that.
Dr. Judah is...
Where is Dr. Judah?
Dr. Judah is... Well, if it affected Zelrek, it affected Dr. Judah, your side dancing. So there is a... Dr. Nevin, you see a dead body with blood near its head and a wound with a gun in the hand, and the body's just like laying on the ground.
Yeah, I'll turn that body over so I can see who it is.
It's Dr. Judah. His face is mangled up as he shot himself.
This was a professor at the university that I studied at.
Apparently, he didn't trust himself.
Okay, we need to find out what's going on here, and Mordecai will start just like looking around. There's two things he's trying to find out. It might require two different roles.
Mm-hmm.
First, he's trying to find out exactly
Where
what
in the world is Carmen Sandiego?
Where in the world? Where the heck? No. He's trying to find out like how this virus is spread. If and also he's trying to find out if it's isolated to this place. If this is the only instance of this virus.
I understand. I think that can be one action.
Okay.
What action do you think that is? While you're thinking about that, I'd like to clarify too, because if I remember right, your Psy dancing command was to attack others and then kill yourself.
No, I didn't say to kill yourself. I just said to that you can't trust those around you and to attack them. But I did word it in such a way that if there's some like underlying guilt or something about the things he's been doing, it makes sense.
Let's do it. Let's do it that way. That makes sense to me.
Little guilty.
Yeah. What action then, Dr. Nevin?
I feel like I can make a good argument for either doctor or study here.
What do you want to use?
I think, given that I asked about like if this is the only instance of this virus, I think that means he's like looking through the notes that have been taken.
Okay.
So I think study makes the most sense.
Okay. I think is there risk? I think the only risk is maybe the timepiece of the people. Well, you're pretty isolated here. Let's say it's controlled and standard.
Ooh. I think I'm fine with that. Just searching through notes, We
Controlled and standard.
don't need to take any unnecessary risks, Not gonna push myself.
A devil's bargain.
Oh, I'd like to hear Devil's Bargain. Yeah, I always forget those exist in this game.
Yeah, you guys don't take them that often or ask for them.
I also keep forgetting that armor exists, and I have
Yeah.
2 level 2 wounds, and it's fine.
It's kind of your own. I can't help you with that. Can't help you with that.
I know.
A devil's bargain.
I mean, would Dr. Nevin think to bring armor?
I mean, that's the thing, right? And like maybe you're actively deciding like he probably doesn't have armor on him.
There's a scene of him saying, "We're not gonna run into a bloodthirsty, raging Ramden.
I'm not gonna need this."
It's a party, you know?
It's a
Just a party.
What's the worst that
Just
could
imagining
happen?
consistently the rest of the crew is like putting on armor, and he's just like, I don't need it.
It's fine.
I'll be fine, guys. What do you mean?
You said it's a party. Why are you putting on armor? Should we open up the table to Devil's Bargains?
Is there a table?
It's the virtual.
Oh,
social
open
media
up this table.
Yeah.
Does anyone have anything? I have something I'm like brewing, but it isn't quite like I feel like solid enough.
I got nothing at all, to be honest.
Same.
Come.
I mean, I'm just looking through notes. There might not be one.
Yeah, well, here's what I think it maybe
This lab
is.
does have to do with like a very dangerous virus, though.
Yeah, a dangerous virus. There's that. I also think that there is the risk of like touching these papers and being able to connect it back to your crew. That's actually, I think, a good way to do it. Is
Yeah, like leaving forensic evidence.
exactly. Yep. Exactly. Like in your rush to try and find this, you don't do what you need to like cover your like biological tracks, and so you're gonna get one extra heat at the end of this job.
I'll take it.
Okay.
Okay. The great thing is there's no way for your characters to know. So you can only be mad at me as players. You can only not like me as people.
Except
We
for
are
Praxis,
already
who's
not
standing
ones,
right there watching you not do anything to cover your tracks as you go through the papers.
I mean, are you really thinking about that?
No, I actually was going to say Praxis is going to step out and look for just things of value while everyone is distracted and Mordecai's doing this.
Yeah. I got 2 6s, though.
Okay, that's critical. So you're actually going to do it with great effect. That's great because I feel like then I get to give you quite a bit of information. Wow, this is going to be so interesting. I'm so interested to see what you guys are going to do with all this information now. Okay. You find a lot of references. I don't think Dr. Mordecai would know this, and depending on how much you guys have told him about all of your past jobs.
They've told him jack shit.
Well, then you see mention of a space station with like bioengineering experiments being done on Ramden. You see mention of underground research facilities conducting like mystical way experiments and cybernetic control on Ramden.
Yeah, no shot we told him about those jobs.
And it becomes very clear to you that all of those were just attempts at trying to find a way to either control, but more importantly, decimate the Ramden population. And they were unsuccessful. However, this Dr. Judah has found has engineered a biovirus that infects Ramden and eventually kills them.
Frickin' genophage.
It is from the notes. They have successfully created something that they can inject into Ramdens to do this. And they are also they're developing an airborne version of it in a secret lab. In a secret lab on Sanhandra.
My home planet?
That is Shemaya, the desert planet.
Shemaya?
Sanhandra's the tidally locked planet.
Oh, yes. Sanhandra. Okay.
They're basically very close to like mass producing this airborne variant there.
In San Andreas.
Okay.
In the San Andreas fault. Yep, in the San Andreas fault. So if you just trigger that earthquake, everything's all good. It's all Gucci.
Trigger an earthquake, run to Vice City.
Is there anything else with a great effect? I'll give you a little bit more as well. I will give you that there are some like redacted even parts of these notes, but you start to pick up that there is somebody funding all of this scientific research against the Ramdans. And there's maybe like one instance where it's not redacted and you just see the name Vorex.
All right. Looking puzzled at all this information that, doesn't really apply to him as much. Regardless, Dr. Mordecai will start rigging this lab where Judah was creating and researching this random virus. Where you see him pull out this detonator from his cast. And he starts rigging it with this detonator while Praxis is looting the room.
I love the insinuation that he was like, I won't need armor, but I will need this explosive.
But I will bring a bomb.
The best defense is a great offense. You know what I'm saying?
Praxis, you said you were trying to like grab valuable things.
Yeah, anything of value. I was gonna search like the governor's room, whatever room we're in a little bit, but probably step out and like look in like the governor's bedroom where I feel like maybe outside of the vault
you're going up to the bedroom.
The others are in is gonna be where most valuable stuff is.
Why don't you give me an action roll then?
Yeah, I think I will do skulk.
I like it. I like skulk. I think we're looking at a controlled position because they are not actively attacking you. And we'll say standard effect.
All right. That's a 5.
That is a 5. Oh, I love this. You start making your way up to his room. You like look around for a little bit. You don't see anything like easy to pilfer immediately. Like there's a lot of like big stuff, like big paintings, big statues, nothing that would be like convenient to grab. There is a what's the word I'm looking for? A lock, like what's the word I'm looking for? A safe. Thank you, Nick. Why was I not thinking of safe? There's a safe in the wall, and as you stare at it, it is as though the way is calling towards you as you look at it. If you want to continue to go after this thing, you're gonna take a level 1 like psychic harm. If you want whatever this thing is.
Yeah, I'll take the harm. And maybe I'll try to like reach back out to the way to try and like ascertain the code for this safe.
I love it. Give me first you're gonna like as you approach and like reach out with your mind, there is like a oppression, like a force that's pushing back on you. And I'd like for you to take the level 1 harm psychically what's the word I'm looking for? Psychically oppressed. Psychically oppressed, we'll say.
Psychic wound.
Psychic wound.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And then I roll.
That's the sound I make when I psychically wound someone.
I think to reach out and try and unlock this thing and get the code to open it. I think we're looking at a risky position, and we'll say a standard effect.
Cool. I'll trade that. Oh,
Okay.
desperate. Great.
Desperate, great.
As always, the gods favor me.
Yes, they do.
It's another 6.
All right.
Yeah.
Wonderful. You get the code, and you also get. It is though there's like a chorus of voices in your head, all like deep and gravelly and reminiscent of Graves and any of the other Lambden you've met. And they're like whispering. And the only phrase that you catch is the tenant of night. And when you open up this safe, on a stand is a book. Looks old. Cast in black leather. The pages yellowed and old.
It's gnarly.
Okay. If I open the book, can I read what's inside? Or is it in a language I don't recognize?
I'm going to roll a fortune roll for that. I'm just going to roll one die. You do not.
I do not recognize it.
You do not recognize the language.
Okay. And do I associate the words, the tenant of night that I was hearing? Do I associate that with the book? Do I feel like that's the name of this thing I'm looking at? Or do I feel like it's...
Yeah, I think with the way, like, that's the impression you're getting.
Okay.
This is the tenant of night.
Cool. Yeah, I'm going to stuff that in my pack and just kind of take one more kind of cursory glance around the room and decide there's nothing of value that I can carry besides this and make my way back to Mordecai.
I would like to know how the two of you get out. Where are you
If
going?
you stay close to me, I do believe we should be able to just walk out and they shouldn't attack.
All right. Dr. Mordecai will go to hold your hand.
None of that, but why don't you go ahead and take this? And I bend down and I take the gun out of Judah's hand and put it into Mordecai's.
All right. Just 1 second. And he'll bring you out of the room and just activate the detonator real quick.
Yeah. Explode the room.
And then he'll drop the remote and switch it with the gun and hold the gun.
All right. We're going to hold my hand with a detonator remote. In any case, let's go. Yeah, I'm gonna try just walking out and hope that they kind of move for me the way they did.
Yeah, I don't
he's like uncomfortably close to you, Dr. Mordecai.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm gonna make you roll. I mean, you've already done the side dancing thing. I just wanted to know like where you guys go. You're leaving out the front door and heading back to where you had decided to meet.
If I will say like to Mordecai, if we see any guards on our way, just pretend to be horrified and we'll point them toward the rooms.
Okay. In that case, then Dr. Mordecai will put the gun in his cast.
Yeah.
So it's not seen.
Good call.
I mean, I think there's enough distraction that you can probably just slip out, and I don't really find it interesting to and be like, and you find some guards.
You're the guard. What do you do?
However, I do think that Graves and Gears probably are going to meet with a little bit of resistance down below.
We're fine.
Seems appropriate there. You jack out, and Graves, you can hear kind of Gears like coming out and rustling behind you. And then around the corner, we'll say that there are like 3 or 4 guards that come around the corner. They're running upstairs, but they see you and they stop and they turn and they point their guns at you, and they're getting ready to fire.
Can I suggest, Justin, that as we were hearing these steps coming towards us, that I actually stay inside the zone of optical impairment?
I love that so much. I mean, I'm going to
assume that all the protective elements that are in place, like, they're not going to trust the guards completely. Like, it'll probably mess with them too.
Yeah, otherwise we would have paid one of them to do it.
I love that. I mean, maybe, hey, that's the thing. You could have done that. You could have been like, actually, the guards are fine, and we're actually going to try and find someone to steal it for us. That would have,
like, if we saw guards with a bunch of like special headgear or something, maybe, but like, I don't know. It's up to you. But like, I'd like to at least risk it. And so I draw my vibro blade. I'll mark 1 load.
Yeah.
I have a vibro blade called Sunder that says it can cut through almost any material.
I think I need an action still, but it definitely changes what the action is. You're not attacking them. You're hiding. You're trying to get.
Well, yeah, I was just going to wait for them to cross through because they're going to see that this thing's opened.
Sure. I think that's
and I imagine step into the vault.
Yeah.
And so I was going to just wait until they cross the threshold and stab. So if you want an action just for me to stand there to the side of the vault door, that could be a skulk. Yeah. Okay. So I'm just asking, I guess, is the scope of the action that my attack is also in this, or is that going to be a separate action in your mind?
It'll probably be a part of this. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I think we're looking at like, can you get the drop on them?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Okay. I think
because once they pass it too, you won't be able to see them. Oh shit, that's so cool.
Yep. It's like the blurriest thing possible.
Yeah. Oh my god.
But like I'm just going by sound, I think.
Yep. Yeah.
And then stab at the right time, I hope.
Oh, that is so cool.
Which is why I'm not using a gun. I'm going to just cut laterally towards the door. But yeah, let's roll Skulk. What do you think for position and effect?
Can I assist you?
I think see. You're coming out of this in the moment.
Oh, okay. So I'm kind of not able to. Okay.
Yeah. I think
just make sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep.
Because I think it's very fun if, like, the minute you're like totally out, you turn around and you're like, oh shit.
Oh my god.
So let's say Gears that this is or Graves. This is a. I think there's still a pretty inherent risk to it. So we'll say it's risky and standard. You'll get the drop on them, and maybe I'll take out one of them.
Okay. Do you think I get an extra die for Predator in this case? Are they vulnerable targets?
Oh. Is that just for gathering information though?
There's a separate component. So I just generally take +1 die to rolls against weakened or vulnerable targets, period.
Yeah, I think they
Whenever I do gather information on a weakness or vulnerability, the worst I can get is a 4 to 5.
I think they are vulnerable for sure because they see it's open and they may be on guard, but they're certainly not expecting someone to stab one of them right next to them. So I'll say they're definitely vulnerable.
Okay. All right. Let's take 2 die for Skulk then, and I'll use a Gambit. We have 1 left, right?
I don't know.
I think you should have 2, right?
You actually we'll have 1
We've
left.
got Gambit to spare on this mission, right?
Yeah. So
all right.
Now you have 2. Yep.
All right. Let's go. 6.
Hey,
Good
you
enough
did
for
spend a
me.
Gambit, so you don't get that back.
Look
But
at us.
Graves, you time it perfectly because the minute they walk in, they also are kind of now. It's hard to see where they are, but you knew where they would have been at the minute they walked in and stab one of them. Gears, you turn around to look at Graves and see that he has just stabbed a guard. There are 3 other guards inside. And even though it's like blurry for them, they know that one of them has fallen. And so, I mean, I think they just start firing wildly. They just start firing in all directions of this place.
Classic.
What do you do, Gears?
I reveal my last piece of gear I have in my load. And that is
said his name.
The Wreath of Night. Note. Dad,
Oh, you're using it now?
I'm using the Wreath of Night.
Pen of greater note taking.
The pen of greater note taking.
I take out the wreath and put it on. I'm the only one who can see, so they're firing, and I'm just kind of sitting in the corner. Put it on, and the vault's probably lit, but I'd like to think it's not perfectly lit.
For sure.
Some corners are shadows.
Yeah.
And they can't really see what's going on, so I'm just going to create like shadowy shapes that are going to, move on them, and hold them still. Not kill them, but hold them.
Yeah.
And then I'll call out who's where to Graves.
Oh, I love
let
it.
him finish them off.
Oh, so I've got you in my ear, kind of telling me like one step forward, cut right.
That's fun. That is
45 degrees to your left.
That is very fun. Okay, yeah, I think you've got it, the concentration to be able to do this. I mean, I think it's an attune roll. I think almost always artifacts are attune roll. It's like one of the few that are. It's just always attune. So
makes sense. I have 1 pip in attune. So I suppose we'll see what happens. Oh, what is my
position and effect? Yeah, I think it's controlled, and I think it's standard. I think it's controlled. Thing is standard.
Controlled standard. I can't even trade up to desperate, can I? Because there's nothing greater. It's not greater than great effect, right?
Yeah, I mean there is. What would it look like in this case?
I guess.
And I guess the question is like, do you need greater than great effect?
No, duper effect.
I just wanted more resolve XP. That's fine. I'll just roll. Five.
Okay. You you do this. There's like a whispering. Like as you concentrate harder and harder and harder on this, there's like a whispering as some of these shadows coalesce near you, and they're like, "You're not you. Your name isn't Gears. Who are you? What are you?" And your mind is just sort of addled with this doubt that you are Gears.
Can I resist that?
You certainly can, yeah.
I think I will.
I think that's resolve.
Alrighty. Six again.
Look at you. Look at us. Look at us here.
My mind's too strong for that.
You Gears can hear still. You just can't see. You hear Graves. You hear Gears shouting out where they are. So I'm gonna need an action, but I think you can probably pretty quickly clean this up here.
Okay.
Seems like it almost like acted like a setup role in some sense.
It is sort of like a setup role. Yeah. Yeah, why not?
All right. I think this is still scrap, probably.
Scrap. I think so. I think then, in my sense, the position is now controlled because of what?
I literally
Mhm.
am controlling their positions.
Yep. So I
Yeah.
think that is the setup role right there. He's given you a controlled position. It would have been riskier, but now it's controlled. And we'll just say standard effect. They can't move. So you hit this, you get them all.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know how much of our mission remains, so I'm inclined to spend another gambit. What do we think?
Hey, my life is on the line, so I say spend away.
Okay. Yeah. All right. I'll use one gambit. Rolling 4 die. Oh, do I still get an extra die for vulnerable targets?
If they weren't
Okay.
vulnerable before, they're definitely vulnerable now.
All right, 5 dice. Let's get a 6 out of this. All right, double 6s.
Amazing.
I was really waiting for you
Look
to just
at
hit
us.
all 1s and 3s.
It's Gears. You are watching one of the most impressive things you've seen Graves do, which is even though he can't see, his preternatural martial instincts just take over, and just hearing where they are from you, he just slices through these remaining 3 guards as though they are nothing.
Ew. Nice. Let's get out of here.
I think you get out. I think there's enough distraction up top still. You guys can just sneak out of the sewers.
You could see in there?
Yeah, this was the point of the goggles. Remember I was working on them, and did I not tell you that I could?
No.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I found the terminal and all the stuff I put in your bag. That's
Graves shrugs a little bit to check the weight of it. It's fine.
yeah. I mean, it's more money for us, right?
You guys get back to where you were headed. And with a successful job, I think we will get to downtime next episode. Wonderful job, everybody.
Hyperdrive.
Wonderful job, everybody.
Amazing.
Great job.
It's really clean.
It's a great effect.
You guys have had some pretty clean jobs in a row. I think we're gonna have to shake things up with some real big loud ones.
I think we might be professionals.
I think you guys might be
we're
goddamn
doing
professionals.
You say that, but Dr. Nevin broke his arm last job and his ribs this job.
Yeah, no one cares about Dr.
So we're
Nevin.
professionals, and Dr. Nevin is also there.
And then Dr. Nevin is there. Deanie, I'm so sorry. Nobody likes
all of
Dr.
our
Nevin.
karma's just getting concentrated on Dr. Nevin until he
I
dies.
fully expected that.
I think he's serving a vital purpose, and that is that he is bringing the team together against a common enemy.
In a way
All of this,
that
Against himself. The common enemy is himself.
Poor
Yeah.
Dr. Nevin. Well, thank you so much for listening. We will see you next time. Bye.
That's it.
Bye.
Yes, Tali, tell yes.
Yes, Tali Talish. For those watching on Twitch, we will be back in 15 minutes.
15 minutes.
Pew, 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 pew. See ya.
Well, yeah, Justin, what we've talked about so far regarding Havoc, then I'm just fine with, us reintroducing it whenever we do that, because it sounds like, I don't really need to know anymore.
Oh, hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Been a long time since I've seen the four of you.
Yeah.
It's
What's
felt like 15 minutes.
It's felt like 15 minutes, but I
See, this
know
past
that
week
it
has
is
felt like 15 minutes. It's
that it
crazy.
has actually been 15 minutes.
Whoa.
It is
And-
actually rare that my perception of time aligns with the passage of time. So
Does that
I'm
happen to
sufficiently
you?
wowed.
Does that happen to you more now that you're medicated?
I'm probably better, but we'll see. I
Same.
need time to track it and pay attention to time blindness a little bit.
I would love just start counting. Just
Right now, do you want me to count for you?
Yeah, please.
You're
Everyone,
running count.
behold Steve counting.
We're just a few kooky fellas medicating and metagaming.
Hey,
Ooh, that'd be
there's a tagline.
That's a tagline: medicating and metagaming.
I was thinking about that last episode where Gears was hacking and I was slashing. I was like, oh,
Yeah.
Hack and
should have
slash.
said you hack and I'll slash.
Yeah.
But then I had to wait
Slice
20 minutes for that line and then I forgot it by the time it came.
Well, welcome back. This is Dustfire Media, this is Scum and Villainy. Actual play. We're nearing the end. There's so many words. There's like the professional Scum and Villainy, Dustfire Media. Sometimes I like say them out of order, and then I have to like reorient myself and pause for a moment and make the rest of the sentence make sense. You know what I mean?
Where am I?
Dust villain Scummany.
Dust Villain Scummany. We are back. We're back with more Scum and Villainy. Last episode, we'll get to that. I'd like to announce something fun, which is that we're so close to this bi-weekly behind the scenes talk show, and we already kind of know what it's gonna look like. But we had like a patron like up their tier, which means that I think we're like 3 patrons away. 3 patrons away.
Wow.
Doing a bi-weekly behind the scenes talk show. And so I think what we're actually going to end up doing for it is we're going to host it like after an episode. So we'll kind of get rid of I think some of the bantery stuff at the top. And we'll basically like end the episode. We'll take like maybe a little break, but then we'll come right back and we'll kind of just like hang out and talk and do like a behind the scenes. Could be about that episode specifically, could be about something else that happened in our other campaign, could be about tabletop news in general. But we'll kind of get rid of the banter up top and then add this behind the scenes, us chatting show bi-weekly.
Cool.
So we are 3 patrons away. I would love it. I want to make a big push. I would love to be able to meet that sometime before the fall.
Ooh, yeah.
Before like our new show season start, I would love to be able to like have this set up and ready to go. So if you're thinking about joining our Patreon, you'll get access to this behind the scenes stuff. And you'll also get access to The Forge, which is our Patreon exclusive show. We play monthly. We play a new game every like five-ish episodes. Right now, we are playing Trophy. we are trying to find a way to make up for what we missed the other day.
Mm-hmm.
We might do it. We might not. We're waiting to see how our schedules shake out, because I think we're at that time of the summer where a lot of us are like, "What am I doing this summer?" And a lot of us are trying to figure that out. So we'll make it up. If not, it is all right. We'll see you later. But yeah, so if you join our Patreon, if you've been thinking about it, now's the time. Help us get to that bi-weekly talk show, and I think it'll be a ton of fun. It'll be fun.
I've been excited about that for so long because we have the best conversations fresh off an episode. Like, I think it would be so interesting.
Yeah.
So fun. So fun. So please help us get to there. We think you'll enjoy it. We enjoy it. So yeah. Last episode of The Professionals, you guys broke into Governor Malcleath's summer vacation home on nightfall to steal information on something called the Aleph Key. And you did it. You hosted you snuck into a party.
Can we take sorry, just the briefest moment to acknowledge how funny it is to have a summer vacation home on a planet where it's night all the time?
Yeah, it is very funny. It is very funny.
That is just so Malcleath, isn't it?
That's so Malcleath. That's so Malcleath.
I hate that guy.
Yeah, it's the only noble I know of who doesn't have a summer home on one of the tropical vacation moons.
He's Governor Malcleath's really into like the CD drug scene, and that's just
emo.
That's prolific in Nightfall.
Just so much Molly.
So much.
Oh my god, flows like water down there.
Oh no.
But you did it. You had a distraction up top with some side dancing from Praxis, but little did you know that there was a demonstration happening. You ended up affecting an old friend, Zelrek, who raged and ended up murdering a bunch of scientists, and Praxis murdered him as well. But not before finding out that they have discovered and created some sort of biovirus against Ramden. The who, Vorex. The why, who knows? But you've got a lead on a factory on Sanhandra that might have some more information. Praxis found a artifact hidden away in Governor Malcleath's room, the Tenets of Night. Graves and Gears made out with the information on the Aleph Key. You guys,
Graves and Gears made out.
Graves and Gears were just like smacking around their lips against
I don't know if we're gonna make it. Kiss me.
Kiss me.
Kiss me, goat man.
The hidden romance we were all waiting for.
Kiss me, goat man.
I mean, it would have been a surprise to me as well. Yeah.
I think we all would have been surprised.
Oh yeah.
But you made it out, and you made it back to your ship. Y'all are safe. Another job in the books.
Ooh, so good.
Kind of
so
hesitated
good.
before you said safe. Could you just do that again from the top, please?
You're
Oh God.
safe.
You know, and I walked into that.
Walked right into that.
Hey guys, is there any information that you discovered that you have not shared with everyone? I'm just curious so that I can know what to operate by for the findings of this job.
Well, I think we can play that out a little bit. I think we can start with. I would imagine Graves and Gears are probably the two that get back. I'm assuming you're meeting back on the ship. Was that?
Mm-hmm.
I don't
Yeah.
assume, but I would imagine Dr. Nevin and Praxis are already there when Graves and Gears roll up.
Yeah.
Oh, you're alive.
Yeah, we got the data. It was clean as a whistle. I mean, there were 4 bodies, but other than that, got a lot of other valuables too. A whole bag of them.
Wonderful. We
I
ran
looked
into
over
one
these files. Oh, really?
Yes, he's dead. And we discovered a virus, like I mentioned to you.
Oh, sorry, Graves.
Well,
that was your buddy, right?
in a way. Did he die with honor?
No.
I
I
would
suppose
say he did.
you lot do like to die in combat, don't you?
Yes,
Then yes, he did.
always.
Just
Good.
the instant no for Braxton.
I didn't think it was very honorable. Died with a sword in the back of his neck.
But he died fighting.
He did.
Why was he there?
Wits were not entirely about him.
Zalrek.
Yeah, regarding that, the fact that his wits weren't entirely about him, Praxis already mentioned that we discovered this. He told you guys over the communicators as well that we discovered this virus that clouds Ramden's mind, caused him to go into this rage. Through some research, I found out that they're doing some heavy experimentation on Ramden's. Apparently, there's this lab that's underground where they're doing some things there, and this doctor. Oh, okay, you did that one?
Yeah, it doesn't exist anymore.
Yes, this virus is the culmination of all the weird experiments we've seen with the Ramden.
Okay.
When will they leave us alone?
We know about that.
Graves just smashes some nearby object. Just picturing like a metal can.
Right, that was my lunch.
But the virus that was at that party that we were at was only delivered via syringe, via injection. But through the research I was doing in the lab that we found, apparently there's development of an airborne virus on Sanhandra.
Did you get a syringe?
I destroyed all of them.
You didn't take any of it?
I
was supposed to study it.
Why would you want to study it?
To make sure it doesn't kill our friend? What do you mean?
Well, I think if I destroyed it. I don't see any use for this virus that only has harmful effects on Ramden, makes them go into a rage and they die afterwards.
But there's almost no way that that was the last of the virus, or even more likely that there is some record of recreating it or how they created it somewhere else. So it would have been significantly more useful to us to have the virus and study it in an attempt to be able to counteract it than to just destroy whatever stock they happen to have in this random lab, right? Like you're picking up what I'm putting down.
I'm picking up what you're putting down, but from what I've seen, and I'm just speaking honestly, I know that you guys have spoken on, me talking without needing to, but
no, say your piece.
From what I've seen, I don't think I would trust a virus like that on the ship.
Oh,
with
that dangerous, huh? All right, well, I guess you are the doctor.
It's okay, Nevin. I might have destroyed it too.
Regardless of what we could have done with it, the fact is that it is destroyed now, so ever forward, no?
Sounds like a plan to me.
So, shall we go home to Warren? See R2, collect our bounty. Mordecai, I think maybe it is time for you to return to Carrie.
I think I've stretched my capabilities with this group. It's been a pleasure.
You've grown as a warrior, and he pokes you in the ribs.
Ouch. Oh god. And when you poke him, like you see a jut of like a bone pushing up against his skin because you've moved it. Oh God.
Ooh.
Oh, well, you're gonna need some
Yeah.
attention there yourself, doctor.
Yeah, I think going back to the clinic might be best for me especially. I need to get this looked at.
Indubitably.
All right, so back to Warren.
Back to Warren.
Do you do anything on the long flight back to Warren?
I spend every single moment, free or otherwise. I do not eat with the rest of the crew. I do not speak to the rest of the crew. I am in my room trying to read that book the entire time we're going.
Okay.
Oh.
It isn't a language you don't understand.
I know. I'm trying to will myself to understand it.
Ah, okay.
Well, no, I mean, I know there are plenty of stories about the way
Absolutely.
objects speaking to
Yep.
people. I've experienced at least what it seems like maybe this object communicating with me. So
Yep.
maybe it can reveal its secrets if I spend enough time with it. And so that's what I'm doing.
We're obviously making fun of you, but that makes
Yeah.
perfect sense to me. Makes perfect sense to me. Let's I mean, we can play around with it. That sounds like we got some downtime actions on Praxis's end. If you want to use those.
Yeah, at least use one of them here.
Yeah.
I think I'll use both my downtime actions on the flight back as well.
Okay. I saw a long-term project. Is that or do we just tell you?
Well,
Well,
so
let's do
here's-
this. I don't know if it's a long-term project. I don't know.
Can I offer something that I think it
Sure.
could be? Because we discussed offline, so this is a great time to reveal to the other players and the audience that
Don't reveal any
because
secrets.
of his traumas, Praxis is no longer interested in the vices he once had. And so his vice has switched to weird and way experimentation under the weird heading for his vice.
Okay.
And so maybe I can use this to as a indulging my vice.
I love it. I love it a lot. Yeah, go ahead and indulge your vice then.
Cool. So I roll with my lowest thing, right? The
Yes.
cool. 4.
Okay, so what is that? Yeah, four stress then.
Cool. Yeah, and then I guess just narratively, if this book does reveal any of its secrets to me, I'm happy to hear them.
Yes. That's why I was going back and forth on it. I think I'm fine with just telling you. You spend so much time just poring over this, trying to listen to it, trying to connect to it. And now I'll slow down a little bit because this is an artifact. This is an artifact. I have not worked out exactly what it's going to do, but because it's a book, I can also tell you sort of the information that's inside of it. This is a religious text in many ways. It reads very like poetic. It reads very mythic. And as you continue to connect with it and study it, you discover that it is describing spaces and rituals that are important to Ramdans of the past, ancient Ramdans. It mentions temples on 5 planets. It mentions Voss, Mem, Shemaiah, Amarith, and Gap. These are the same 5 planets. If you're writing them down, these are the same 5 planets that Carlton Graves saw in his vision. It also starts to deal with it starts to go into maybe older history, something that you might have never read before in any books, which is that the Ramden used to serve the and the book starts to like poetically detail this rising up of the Ramden against their previous overlords and the creation of an idea, something so dangerous, but that was needed in order to combat the which was to create hidden in plain sight a key to a jump gate that could be turned off, and a desire to find a way to either escape the past that gate or to actually not to escape the I think it's more interesting if the desire is to kick the past that gate and turn off the key. You don't read anything about the success. You do read about them creating these sort of focus points. It mentions those 5 temples, and it mentions the 13 moons around nightfall as well.
And then, does it make any mention of the raiment of night?
It does, yes. It does mention the raiment of night. It mentions that not only are these focal points important, but that there are, let me count it. Hold up. Let me make sure I've got the right amount. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 artifacts that were stolen out from under the that would be used to then power this key and turn off or turn on a jump gate.
Does it say what they are? Or does it just give that number? There are 6 items.
Yeah, why not? Why not have? Yeah, it would make sense. It would make sense that they'd all be in here. There's like it's like this. It'll like poetically is like the 6, but then it there's like a drawing next to it. You see a wreath, you see a cloak, you see gems that are slotted into the wreath. You see a set of like black obsidian armor, and then a great sword. And then this book itself.
Okay. And I can't remember. Does everyone else know about the gems that Havoc has, or are those secret from the rest of us?
You do know. Yatu says he has them and was going to give them to you at the end of a job, but it was the job that Havoc left after. So you never really followed up on getting them from him.
Cool. Yeah, I think as like Praxis is reading, there's like a moment of hesitation because of like how ancient and important this text is, but then he just picks up a pen and marks next to all of the pieces of the raiment that he knows we have access to.
Interesting. I feel like there's like a scene as like you pick up that pen and start writing on it. There's like we like zoom in over your shoulder and hear like whispering as you do that.
So we just need the armor and the greatsword. And he like closes the book, and I don't think I leave. Like I don't like go back out to everybody else. I just like I have this moment with the book, and I just keep sitting in the moment and thinking and meditating, and maybe occasionally trying to lift things with my mind. And
you know how you do. You know how you're just sitting in your room and you're like
lifting things with your mind. You know.
Dr. Nevin, you indicated you had some downtime activities you want to do now. I'm totally fine.
Yeah. I think that I just want to do one last thing of use to the party. And I know that I had started this long-term project clock to figure out what happened to Praxis, but more specifically to try to figure out like this thing that was given to Praxis that caused him to, lose that memory.
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
where it was manufactured, try to learn about like,
Yep.
which faction got a hold of it, which
Mhm.
faction used this. I think I just want to use both of my downtime activities to work on that long-term project.
I love it. You're like, why heal? He's leaving after this job.
I'm going to the clinic anyways.
Yeah, you're going to the clinic anyways. I love it. What action do you think you're using here?
I think study again.
Okay.
Yeah, study.
I dig it.
Hot.
When you can pull Praxis away from the book, you're able to study him a little bit.
Yeah. So it's a 6. A 6 and a
Hey.
3.
Okay, so a 6 is gonna give you 3. Now, you're gonna use your last downtime action to do this again. You're gonna have to roll a 3.
Yeah.
Or
6 or a crit.
6 or a crit. If you roll a 4 or a 5, you can spend a crit if you got it to bump it up to a 6.
I only have a credit in my stash.
Or spend the cred to do another long-term project, action. It's up to you.
Let's see what I roll.
Okay, let's see what you roll.
Let's just see. I just really want this to happen. I just rolled 2 6s.
Amazing.
So we're fine.
With a crit, you fill up that clock. What happened to Praxis? You are studying this and like the symptoms and the effects, and you start to like narrow down into a list of like a combination of drugs that you would be able to do this with. And they're all like very difficult to obtain drugs. This is where I'm like kind of in a weird place because the faction that would do this is a shadow faction. So I don't think you would know exactly who the faction is. The whole point of them is that they're in the shadows and people don't know what they are.
Yeah, I mean, I guess also he was also trying to like research like where this drug is like manufactured, if there's like any evidence of that as well.
Yeah. Let's say that let's say that there is a clinic on Warren where this drug is manufactured. There's a clinic on Warren where this drug is manufactured called the what is it called?
Dingus Clinic.
Nope, not that.
Tried.
I appreciate it.
Cool. It's just called clinically.
It's called
Grimmerly.
Curser's Clinic.
Curse's Clinic.
Curses Clinic.
Curses Clinic.
Cursor.
Cursed Clinic.
Cursor.
Go there.
Cursor.
Clinic. Oh, okay.
Cool.
Cool. And Mordecai will make that known to these professionals whom he's found himself with.
Wonderful. I love it. Does anyone else want to do anything on the way? You can also.
Heck yeah, I'm working on modifying the hype drive.
Okie dokie.
Just continuing that long-term project.
Yep.
Which will be to rig. Oh, we didn't do XP. Should we do that?
We will do XP. We could do XP now. Sure, we could do XP now.
Well, I can just roll this rig because it's not gonna matter to this because I can't take it to like +4 or something. But it's kind of weird. Anyways, just rigging up, working on this long-term project. 5.
Okay, so that is 2 more on that. You are 3 away from experimental.
Well, it's 3 more on that because I get an extra.
That's
segment.
right. That's
So
right.
take
So
my-
you're 2 away. Yep.
Nice.
Are you spending your other downtime action to
Yeah,
do
I'll
this?
just spend my other
Okay.
action too. Room again.
I mean, you're gonna add at least +1. So
I rolled a 6 though, so
incredible. So 4.
It's a super hyperdrive.
It's a super hyperdrive.
well, that's already what it is.
No, I think it just represents the time in this case of doing it quicker. You've got an experimental hyperdrive installed into your ship. What does it do? What can you do with it? There's only one way to find out.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting. So Gear's understanding of the drive is that you don't have to be on a hyperspace lane to enter it. It allows you to sort of jump to a lane for a short distance by sort of faking your own.
I understand.
Which also allows for like jumping between hyperlanes and whatnot. So we'll see if it works that way.
It essentially like folds a hyperspace lane around your ship.
Yeah, and yeah, you're essentially generating your own hyperspace lane for a little bit.
That is very cool. That is very cool. That is very cool. All right. Anyone else?
Mind-boggling. I think I'll talk to Thorn on the way back, and
sure,
that could lead, depending on how things go, it could lead to me working towards my long-term project of figuring out why the Hantu Gate closed.
It very well might. You probably like find him in his room.
Thorn.
Is it important, Graves? I'm quite busy.
Will you be busy the whole time back?
What? The whole time? Are we back already?
No, but soon.
Oh, what is it? What is it, Graves? I'll make time. What do you need?
The Hantu Gate. I'm trying to figure out why it closed.
You say that, and I like reach over, like trying to be inconspicuous, and like close the book.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, like, when, like, if you greet me at the door of your room, like, is the book even out?
We basically like, call you in, like sitting at it, like a like a little built-in desk in my room, just sitting over the book. Like it's pretty clear. Like if you look over, it looks like I haven't even been in my bed since we've been on the ship. Like it's like it looks like I've just been in this chair, like in this spot.
Yeah. Okay. It's interesting. I think he notices the book, but just mostly looks at you. I can't. I feel stuck. The professor's on Amaranth and the other place. Useless. Mostly.
Yes. I will admit, Graves, I'm not ready to share everything with everyone, but there's information about the gate in this book. I
What's
think
the book?
It's a history of a sort. I think the gate was built by your ancestors, or at least taken by them. Did you know that your people were enslaved to the earth?
No.
Well, they were. The gate was meant as a tool to take the out of this system, to lock them away, never to return.
The Hantu Gate has behind it?
More accurately, no. I believe that what we've been told so far is true, that Ramden got stuck behind it, but it was intended to move the away.
Justin, I look at the book. Did I see anything like this book in my vision? Or did I only see the Wreath of Night and things like that?
Yeah. So Yeah, that's because Justin was counting up the things and then realized he needed one more for this to make sense. So
yeah.
I think it was probably covered up by the cloak.
Yeah.
But like maybe if you like go back to your vision and your head, you're like, yeah, I think I maybe caught the glimpse of like a book or something underneath the cloak.
It would be like the least obvious thing if you were like seeing a figure from behind walking forward,
Exactly.
decked out in the full.
So no joke, I was sitting here thinking, I'm like, what would not be noticeable, but that would have been there. A book was tied to the belt.
Yeah. Okay.
I pull up the chart. I actually just realized that Praxis would not have marked off the cloak because Thetis has that, but he's never met Thetis.
Oh yeah.
And so I pull out the diagram of the armor of the raiment and I show you that. It's imperative that we get these objects. I think this book might be one of these key objects that we need, but then we have the wreath that Giz has. I think that's the same wreath pictured here, and the gems that Yatu offered to Havoc. I think that they match these gems, but there's a cloak and armor and a greatsword that I don't even know where to begin looking for them.
This is what I saw in my vision. All of it. Justin, do I recognize the cloak as having been in Thetis' possession?
You tell
I
me.
I don't know if we saw him use it. We saw him use it, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah,
Definitely
plenty.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's how you snuck around and such.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And my friend Thetis has the cloak.
You know the person who possesses the cloak?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's providential. Mark that off as well. So we just need this armor and this greatsword.
What do you think these things were used for together?
If I had to guess, I mean, there's obviously more to it. There's things about the 13 moons of Nightfall and 5 ancient temples belonging to the Ramden. I think, and I don't know exactly how it works, I'm no expert in ancient artifacts all the way, but when these items are brought together, possessed by a single individual, I think it gives them the power to control what is essentially a system-wide key. It's the key to the key, essentially.
Then we need it all.
I think so.
I'll contact Thetis.
Yes, it's probably a good idea. I'll put feelers out with my contacts as well and see if anyone's seen anyone with a greatsword or a suit of armor that do incredible things.
When we get our hands on Yatu or Havoc, we can ask about the gems.
I mean, we're on our way to Yatu right now. So that should be easy enough.
He'll only part with them if you don't know what they are.
Well, my lips are sealed if yours are.
Right.
When it comes to subterfuge, I'm not the weak link.
I won't say much, if anything.
Probably for the best.
Justin, does this advance my clock?
I mean, I think it answers. You tell me. Do you feel like Graves?
Is the clock filled?
I mean, it can be. Again, it's like Graves wanted to know why the Hantu Gate closed. If Graves
Good reason.
no longer needs to research that and feels like he knows the answer to that question, then there's no reason to have the clock.
I think military kind of, rationale around this feels satisfactory to Graves. It's like if this is just a way to separate, the Ramden from their foe, then sure, that's enough. I don't think I have a detective's mind to be like insatiable or there's more. Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't know. I felt like you knew the why already, which was that the pushed them through the Hantu Gate and then sealed it off
from the vision.
Yeah, but I was happy to let you explore it more and like reveal some more of this. And if you feel like now you have like a grasp of like why, then absolutely. I don't think there's any reason.
I think the concreteness of the book helps. and
For sure.
hearing it from Thorn helps.
For sure.
Rather than just interpreting my own vision.
For sure. That makes total sense. Makes total sense.
At this moment, you hear just like someone booking it down the hall. I'm sure the door is shut because you guys were talking about
Sensitive information.
Not necessarily. If
information.
Graves would have thought to shut it, then sure. But I don't think Graves would be one to think to shut the door for a conversation like this. And
You
Praxis
just see Gears
wasn't going to.
Yeah, you see Gears just bat out of hell, just screaming down the hallway. Not literally screaming, but going very fast. Maybe a giggling sound as he goes to the cockpit.
You must have to pee.
Not a few seconds later, you hear on the con, hey, everybody, I'm just going to try a quick little maneuver real quick. Hold on. And he will immediately begin to try to test. He's gonna try to shift us over onto a different hyperspace lane.
I feel like we need a roll of some sort.
Yeah, okay. Whatever you want, buddy.
Let's do this. Well, first off, let's do this. I would love to. Why don't you replace your engines?
Ooh, okay.
From the jump drive to, I don't know, you can call it whatever you want, experimental hyperdrive or whatever you want to call it. I need an action. I think all of your actions are going to be. Is your engines a quality 2?
Yes.
Okay, I think we roll with those engines then.
Sick.
For position and effect, I think we're looking at something like risky, and we'll say standard, risky standard.
All right.
Let's just see what happens.
Okay. Okay. Rolled a 2.
Okay. That's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think here's what it is. I think you jump like straight to Warren. I think your engines get damaged though in the process.
Dang it.
So I would like for you to mark 2 damage
Oh, man.
off of that. And here's what it is, right? Like, you know, it works. It works. You're going to have to find some way to reinforce the hull, essentially, like the ship itself, because it's one thing to like go up to a jump space and just like access it and like kind of pass through it. It's another thing for your ship to create a hyper space lane around itself.
Okay. So you're saying I need to upgrade the hull or the engines?
Let's say the hull.
Okay.
Let's say the hull. There needs to be some reinforcing done to the hull that needs to be done. And that could be a few things. That could be, you know, you could do a long-term project. I would even accept you like upgrading the quality of the hull. Like with a crew advancement. I think that would make sense as well too.
Okay.
But you guys you hear this from Gears, and then all of a sudden it's like the ship just lurches, and you look out and you see Warren. You knew that you were a few days away from Warren, and then you're there at Warren.
Ooh. All right, I gotta go fix the engines.
What did you do, Gaz?
Oh yeah, I got a new engine. I got it. It's a experimental jump drive. I'm calling it a leap drive. I don't know.
Wow.
Yeah,
All right.
it's pretty good, right?
This is great.
I think
Do
we'll be able to
twice the
move
jobs
around.
in the same amount of time.
Exact. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, but I gotta fix the engines.
Right.
We will say that you land on Warren.
It's a little rough.
Well, yeah, it's a little rough, but you do it. You get there.
Graves, before we go, there's a character named Vorex. Do you remember a while ago when I was captured?
Mm-hmm.
There was I hesitate to call it a man because it wasn't human and it wasn't anything I've ever seen before.
I don't think you remember this.
Oh, I don't? I thought I did remember. Oh, you're right. He did the. So I only have a vague memory of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I will say that is specific enough that you do not remember that.
Yeah.
Mm.
But while Mordecai was working on Praxis, he did make it known to Praxis that the clinic where the drug was made is on Warren.
Yeah.
At Cursor Clinic.
Cursor.
Yeah.
Cursor. Yeah.
With the way I understand the move working, I feel like I could remember that there was someone who wasn't human, because that feels like it's enough to stand out, who was interested in Graves, but that's it.
I did drastically
Sure,
succeed at the project.
Yeah, I'm all right with that. You have this vague recollection of something not human being interested in Graves.
Yeah. So I say that to you instead of everything I was going to say, because I didn't remember that. I had my memory wiped. Ironically. I can't help but feel like maybe it's related to all this. So just... We should stay tight-lipped about it all.
Yes. I'll lay low.
Yes. See that you do. I'm going to go talk to Yatu. Get up here for this job.
I'll stay back and call Thetis.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'll go. I'm assuming that everybody else is probably like Gears is doing work on the engines and stuff. But we don't really need to like all go to see Yatu.
I imagine Gears like working on the engines, Graves and Praxis leaving, and then Mordecai's just like, all right, see you guys around.
I was gonna offer to walk Mordecai back to the clinic on my way to see Yatu.
Okay.
Just to make sure you leave a ship. No, I was also gonna ask. I know I spent both my downtime actions just working on the long-term project, but is there any possibility that like I could have looked at the files? I was just curious.
Oh, for sure. Of course you can.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, of course you can.
Well, what's on those boys?
Yeah, I don't think you need to hack into them. What's really interesting is that you've got Praxis like studying this like ancient text on one hand and finding out this information, and Gears, you're looking into what was on this document called the Aleph Key, and it is a number of research, both mystic and scientific, into the moons of Nightfall and how once aligned properly has something to do with the Hantu Gate opening or closing. And being able to open the Hantu Gate would be of an extreme interest to a governor of the hegemony. No one no one has figured out like how to do it, but you can tell that the governor was very interested in finding a way to align these moons in order to, he thinks, turn on the Hantu Gate. So you both are you're both finding out very similar information from very different sources.
This is a bit rewinding the clock a little bit, but I think Gears would have just like at a dinner just been like, yeah, so those files are all apparently about like some way to open the Hantu gate, some about the alignment of the moons of, you say Nightfall?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, alignment of the moons of Nightfall. Pretty weird stuff.
There's much I kind of like glance at Mordecai in a way like that, like you kind of catch, just like there's some I'll fill you in on later. But I wonder, considering when we found both of the things, if they were in the process of translating something that I found. And this is just as far as they've gotten.
Yeah, I mean, it's totally possible. Probably wouldn't mention that to. Got to.
No, I won't tell him anything of the sort.
That's fair.
He doesn't need to know what he doesn't need to know. And he didn't pay us for all the information we found just for this file.
Sure. I'm going to go work on the engines. It was like a very quick meal for Gears every single time.
Just like an anxious speed eater whenever he has a real project that's still spinning in his head.
Yeah, should we do the XP questions before I go see Yatu and
if we must
get Mordecai out of here?
If we must. Did you express your beliefs drives heritage or background?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't see the use of marking XP for Mordecai, but I'll do it because you never know.
Hey, look, he may come back.
Exactly.
For sure.
Exactly.
I think I'm identifying over time a specifically anti-Malcleith drive. Don't want to speak for the whole group in that regard, but
Yeah, it's your
Graves,
beliefs drives
Graves sees, Graves sees them as particularly Praxis's enemy, and so they're his enemy too.
Yeah.
Gears,
did you address a challenge with technical skill or ingenuity?
Yeah, I'd say multiple times.
Yeah. Don't feel like enough to give you 2 XP.
Okay.
But absolutely, for sure, 1. Yeah. Graves, did you address a challenge with force or threat?
Maybe.
Kind of
maybe with a vibro blade.
Need a definitive answer here.
Maybe with the threat of violence when we got some info on the point of entry. So yeah, I'd say yes.
I agree. That was funny because that was Steve doing a Steve impression.
Hey guys, it's me, myself.
Havoc is not here yet.
Havoc's not here.
Praxis, did you address the challenge with deception or influence?
Yeah, I think multiple times as well.
Dr. Nevin.
Yes.
Did you address a challenge with insight or compassion?
I think his interaction with Zalrax 160.
Yeah, I'll give you.
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah. Did you struggle with issues from your vice or trauma?
Yes.
It's funny. I was thinking about this. So Dr. Mordecai's vice is luxury, and I think that's exactly why he never wears any armor to any of these things. He wants to look the part.
No. Damn, I won't let you have it. I'm sorry.
Mine was going to be unstable, and specifically in how he decided to address pull out the Wreath of Night, a weapon that he barely knows and is barely used. And really, I mean, he literally could have done the same thing and given the same advantage to Graves, but instead he went way further and decided to use the magic.
I will give it to you. I think so. Yeah. Because so many worse things can happen when using artifacts that I'm sure.
Yeah, I leaned into vicious in the murder of the person who gave us info on point of entry for the vacation house.
Yep, and I definitely think Praxis was obsessed with the way that entire job. So
Yeah, and I
For sure.
I goaded and killed a friend because of
Yeah.
my cold trauma as well.
Yeah, yeah. So
Goated.
definitely.
Goated.
Goated the goat man.
Did anyone get
No.
He's actually
PC
dead, though.
advancement?
I got
Yeah,
yes. Oh, sorry.
I'm getting another resolve advancement
Amazing.
this time. So
Ooh.
I'm getting insight and a playbook advancement.
Hey, there you go. What are you
nice.
thinking?
For insight, I think I will put hack
Okay.
up to 3.
Oh, okay. I don't care about that.
Oh, okay.
Y'all can put your pips into your actions wherever you want.
Fine. For playbook, I was gonna take something from the mystic himself.
Okay. Another mystic boy. What do you
So I
think?
can't take his starting ability, right?
Cannot take the starting ability. That's the one you can't take.
I really like
One thing-
oh,
One thing that's probably important to mention before you settle on this too deeply is just a reminder that we've set up something canonically. Like the reason Theus doesn't carry blasters and things like that is because the way interferes with electronics. And with gear specifically, just wanted to make sure I mention that if you're taking a way ability that it might, what's the way, what we've established
might
of the
be
world,
more fun,
interfere with the stuff that Gears does all the time. It might be more fun. Just thought it was worth reminding you.
I think it is more fun. Think about it. Think about it.
Just
We
take
could go to-
Psyblade. It's the coolest, and you know that.
I don't use melee weapons. No, I was thinking about doing kinetics, but I'm wondering.
You think about it. Let's go to crew advancement. What is it? Did you successfully stab a Brandon through the neck?
Yeah.
Are you?
Yeah.
That's one of our crew advancement questions.
Yeah,
Crazy.
That seems really specific.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to find our ammo to stab every job now.
Did you execute a successful transport or smuggling operation? Yeah,
That's
for
we
sure.
did that.
for sure.
Okay, crew
We
advancement.
smuggled.
We did it.
Can I be the I always feel like I'm gonna make the rest of the table hate me. But
no, please.
like I don't know that we did this time. We didn't like I don't know that a file counts as transporter smuggling.
That's kind of true.
Here's my stance. I encompassed like heists
Okay.
as under this sort of smuggling operation. You are smuggling a file and data out from under House Malcleave and giving it to somebody else.
Okay.
Because I like that is the whole point. Like, right?
Yeah, I just feel bad taking XP when I feel like maybe we didn't quite earn it. But if you're saying we did, then
I think so. Because like when you look at the 3 like ships, right? Cerberus or bounty hunters, right? So like all of your jobs, you're gonna get XP when you like hunt a bounty and bring them into justice. The fire dancer is like fighting the hegemony. So like, did you, you know what I mean? Did you oppress or like fight the oppression of the
right
hegemony? You know, so like where heisting is definitely under the star dancing like vibe of things you're supposed to be doing. So
cool.
That's why there have been so many heists. Is that's what you indicated to me what you wanted to be doing. So
cool.
We like heists.
Yeah, like who doesn't? Who doesn't love a good heist?
I love a good heist.
I love heists.
People being heisted.
Yeah, they hate it.
That is the usual.
Fair. That's fair.
That guy from the
Anti-crowd.
Bellagio hates it.
It's heists. He just
Well,
needs to. He
in the
just needs
first movie.
to. He just
That's
needs
right. And then he comes around and he loves heists
Yeah,
against his enemies.
Yeah, that's the thing. You just have to. You have to plan a counter heist.
Yeah.
Right?
Everyone loves a heist that they are directly involved with as an aggressor.
Did you contend with challenges above your current station? Absolutely. Did you bolster your crew's reputation or develop a new one? What do you think?
We can tussle with the best of them.
Yeah, I mean, I think it depends, especially because of the relationship that we already have with Yatu. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, sometimes I feel a little bit iffy on this one too, with jobs that are like particularly secretive, where it's like pretty important that we not be tied to it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think, Steve, did you kill that fly with your fingers?
I've been incredibly good at this over the last year. I just reach out and grab a mosquito and I successfully close my hand. I have like an 80% kill rate the last like couple months. Just like
I used to be good at that too.
Dude,
when I was in India,
KD's insane.
That's KDD.
Imagine if he had a bad KD against flies. They're just murdering Steve constantly.
So here's what it says.
Then bring it back to torment him specifically.
It says, review your crew's reputation. Did you do anything to promote it in play this session?
Probably not, no.
Yeah, I don't know if you did specifically, explicitly.
Yeah, we can just say no. It's fine.
Yeah. Did you express the goals, drives, inner conflict, or essential nature of the crew?
Thoroughly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think so for sure. Yeah, take an XP for that. And I think you guys did get a crew advancement. So I think
we did indeed.
Have to figure out what that is.
Love those.
Upgrade our engines. I mean, hull. I'll do that immediately.
Oh, just making that decision unilaterally.
No discussion, huh?
I'm saying what I would like to do. I'm not saying that we're doing
okay. We're like, oh god.
We're just doing this. That's what we're doing.
It sound like that's what you were saying.
Yeah, we're upgrading the hull. What page is this on in the book?
It is on that shared
okay, that's
Google
right.
sheet that we have.
Das Sheetsen.
I'm trying to get exactly what you're
I was
able
also
to
looking
pick,
at.
though.
I was also looking at just passing through, Johnny. I see that you're looking.
Yeah,
at it because we are we have some.
Now, I think the thing that is stopping me from wanting to, I'm between that and field repairs, or just letting Nick unilaterally decide we're gonna upgrade the hull. But I'm just kidding, Nick. I'm just kidding.
Here, I'll lay out your options, and then you guys can decide. So you can take a new crew special ability. You can increase. You can choose 2 ship upgrades. Or you can upgrade a ship quality, or your crew quality. But remember, there's that cred cost with upgrading your crew quality.
Cool. Ooh, we could take Lucky Charm and get the.
I was just
+1
looking at
gambit.
that. I was looking at Lucky Charm, and well, I guess we don't need Thrill Seekers. But would we have to mark that twice to get the +1 gambit, or for each Lucky Charm?
Also, if we
mark?
get 2 upgrades, I'm imagining we could just put both of our upgrades into Lucky Charm, and then we'd have the upgrade, right?
Let me take a look at that. Is that a special ability or a?
It's a crew
It's a
upgrade, crew slash.
And
ship
yeah,
upgrade.
you could put both of them in that. Yep, and get Just confirm. Is that like because like I don't know if that means you can do lucky twice. You know what I mean?
I think it means it costs 2 to upgrade it.
It
Yeah, I
costs
think
2
it
upgrades.
costs 2 to upgrade. Because what I'm imagining from just looking at it on the sheet, not looking in the book, that we have to spend 2 crew upgrades to get it. But then once we get it, we start each job with 3 gambit instead of 2.
That is, yep. It costs 2 upgrades to unlock this instead of the usual 1. So yeah, if you put both of them in there, you could get that +1 gambit.
Which, with the way our jobs usually go, gambit is pretty key. And so it'd be nice to have 1 more at the top.
You guys do roll lots of 6s though.
We do.
Yeah, but I'm not rolling risky every time, and I've been rolling desperate. I've been intentionally moving my riskies to desperate so that I can get XP.
Yeah, same here. Well, you know my vote. I'd like to upgrade the hull so we can use the leap drive more.
Yeah.
Which means we could also put some quality into weapons or more quality into engines. I don't really care.
You only get to pick 1 if you're upgrading a ship
I think
quality.
the only one we get 2 of is
is ship upgrades. Yep.
Okay.
bad.
Yeah, it's 1 quality, 1 ability, or 2 upgrades.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
what Danny and Steve, you guys have been pretty quiet about what you're thinking, especially Steve.
what are your thoughts?
I feel pretty neutral looking at them, and yeah.
Yeah. I feel you. My line of thought, just to kind of clue you guys in where my head is at, is like if we're talking that we think we're kind of reaching or in the end game, what thing is like some of these I feel like have more value if the campaign was going to be going significantly longer.
Yeah.
Oh
true.
yeah.
But because
Oh,
we're kind
yeah.
of looking at the end game, I'm trying to think like, okay, what thing is going to be the most
We're in
useful
the end game.
a little bit shorter term.
So home cooking. That's what you're saying.
That's a great advice. Home cooking.
Even in that context, I feel like being able to use
May I?
the new engines
Mm.
Yeah.
May I also throw
without
something?
worry is pretty high. Oh, sorry. Go
I'd
for
also
it.
like to throw something in here, which is I am comfortable. I've already given you all the 2 downtime actions after this job, because it's like, when does this happen? But you are now at war with House Malcleith,
Mhm.
meaning that any future after any downtime, you're only going to get 1 downtime action.
Mm.
So just passing through, if you took that, is going to offset that, and you're still going to get your 2 downtime actions.
And downtime is our only mode of healing.
Downtime is your only mode of healing.
Yeah.
And now Mordecai's gone.
For reducing stress. Yeah. Well, my vote goes to that then.
Yeah, I mean, I was also like on board with being able to use the experimental hyperdrive would be great too. So I'm
We can still use it. It's
Yeah,
just
you
that
can.
we
Yeah.
run
Yep.
the risk of damage.
no, but being able to use it more. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. Like I personally, like I feel like even though it ends up, I think it would essentially accomplish the same thing. I would rather see us take field repairs than hull quality.
Which for listeners is
Also-
you gain potency when repairing your ship while in space.
Hmm.
And if you spend
'Cause then we
gamut
could
on a
just-
rig roll, you get 2 die.
I mean,
instead
I
of
can
1.
still repair a ship while we're in space. I can still do that. It's just that I don't gain the potency. And with my rig, what it is,
Well, I mean, yeah. I guess I just, yeah. I think with what I'm kind of perceiving down the pipeline, I don't see as much felt value in increasing any other quality points as I do in having more gambit
Just passing through is looking very.
or just passing through.
maybe we just do
Very
just passing through. Make sure we're good.
Yeah, I feel like that one's the closest to unanimous we've got.
Okay.
Yep.
Just passing through it is.
If the crew argues about this too long, Graves just kills you all. So
It just stabs you.
So we do have a clock.
New characters all around.
When we get to Warren, I am actually going to use my bonus downtime action to fix the engines.
Yes. Yeah. Please. Yep. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's-
I'm going to use my bonus and my remaining when we get to Warren.
Oh, I guess I'm also spending upkeep.
Yes, we need to do that. You are gonna spend
My credit.
money.
Yeah.
Yep. That's
Which
fine.
means I get to
We'll get to
figure out
that.
skips.
We'll get to that in a second.
Okay.
You all wanted to get to the advancement stuff, but we have to do the payoff, which means you got to meet Yatu.
Yeah.
So
Sorry.
Oh, good.
I
think it's just Praxis. So
it's just practice. Yep. You show up. I love that it's just praxis. He's sitting at his desk for a number of reasons. You're thinking of the jokes, but he's like, Praxis, come in. Did you get the file?
Got it right here. And I pass over, I'm assuming like a data stick.
Yeah. Did you all look at it?
To be honest with you, I think Gears might have, but the rest of us weren't really particularly interested.
It's fine. I had a feeling you'd look at it. I was going to tell you all. I had a feeling, and he kind of plugs it into a computer and looks around for a little bit. He's like, yep, that's exactly what I thought. Hantu Gate. Right?
Yeah, that's what Gears was saying. Everyone seems interested in the Hontu Gate recently.
You've run into other people interested in it?
Well, obviously Malcleeth has an interest. Why would they have this otherwise? And from what I understand, it seems that maybe some of I don't even remember the one of those kooky cults out in the outskirts was trying to figure out how to open it as well.
Ashtar cult.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. We've got our work cut out for us then. I have to study this. Here. And he passes over a cred stick. 6 cred for you and your crew. Job well done.
Excellent. Thank you.
If I have anything, and I will soon, I'll reach out.
I appreciate it. Question for you. I don't know that you ever gave it to him, but we're planning on meeting up with Havoc again soon, and I know that you had some gems that you were holding for him. I was wondering if I could get those.
That's right, after the governor job. Yep. Let me yeah, 1 second. And he goes into his like back office or whatever and comes back with a little velvet pouch. Make sure Havoc gets this. Tell him well, I guess if you see him, tell him I'm sorry. I took this from him and didn't tell him.
All right, I can tell him that.
Oh.
I do have one more question for you, Yatu. I know you've got quite a few connections with people who are adept with technology. And I'm going to use my acquire assets move. But I need 2 things if it's not too much trouble, and I'm happy to pay. But I would love if you were able to connect me with a virus filtering respirator that could fit on a rammed-in mouth.
Con?
And if possible, I remember the night that you had us put on the gears ended up infected with the nanites, actually, as I'm sure you remember. I'm wondering if it would be possible to program those to attack any sort of viral infection.
Well, that might take a little bit longer. Why is this important?
I just tell them everything about the virus.
Okay. Obviously, a sense of concern comes over his face.
So what I'm looking to do with these items, aside from filling you in so you can protect yourself,
yeah.
I want to acquire items that Carlton can use to protect himself while we're out there.
Yeah, well, the nanobot thing isn't something that could happen immediately.
Sure.
In terms of the respirators, I think I could help you find somebody to pick those up. You wouldn't be able to keep them forever, though.
That's fine. I just know that they're working on an airborne version, and I want to make sure that Graves is protected. If you can have your contacts just deliver it to our ship before we leave, that'd be incredibly helpful.
Sounds good. That sounds good. Yeah, because I want to make sure it's gain temporary use of an asset. So this isn't something you'd get forever.
Yeah.
I'll see if I've got any contacts. They might be able to lend you one for a little bit if you're planning to hit up something where you'd need it. Praxis.
Yes.
We're close now. Mechanically, you're friends with the Bordico Syndicate.
Yeah, I'd consider us friends, Yatu. Is there something I can help you with?
No, I just felt it important to offer my condolences. Well, we know about Diana.
Yes.
We were going to use that to have something over you in order for you to do something for us, but didn't shake out that way. From what I've heard, you're now using your real name out in the open. So no reason for us to blackmail you for something that you're hiding from. So I wanted to say, I know what it's like. I know what it's like to lose someone you love. And I'm sorry.
I appreciate that, Yatu. So I suppose you know why I needed that pardon.
Yes, good news on that front. It should be coming, I believe tomorrow, actually. We have an announcement scheduled from the governor's office. So
Excellent.
look out for that.
Thank you.
Well, I have stuff to do.
Yes.
I have to go.
Yes. And Yatu, I appreciate your help.
Born Ego Syndicate appreciates your assistance as well.
Yes. Very good. Until next time.
See you.
Go. On my way out, or like on my way back to the ship, I'm gonna make another stop.
Kick a baby.
I'm gonna kick a baby. No, I'm gonna go to any sort of I think I'm warned they would have to be underground, but if I know of any sort of like a temple or a place where like whether it's the Ashtari cult or another group of way practitioners, I want to go and find a temple with them.
I think we have to do the Ashtar cult because we've seen them the most, and I think it's just fun to like bring in someone that we've already seen. So you like poke around for a little bit, you're like asking contacts like, do you know, and eventually you find like an underground passage that leads to a Ashtari cult cell underneath Warren. And let's just say that you run into Ermac Theon. I think that's fun to like see the same person. He's like, was not expecting you. We did not contact you about a job.
No, you didn't. Since our time together, since we had that experience, I have not been able to stop thinking about the way. It consumes me. And I was just wondering if, I don't know if you hold classes or mass or anything I could sit in on, anything I can do to be closer to the way.
Yes, I think I have just the thing. Come. We are actually holding a special event right now.
Of course. Do I need to give an offering? Do you need anything from me?
Your presence is enough. It strengthens the way.
Marvelous. And I follow.
And he leads you to a room. And this room has a window to the sky, so you can see out into the stars. And everyone in the cell is gathered here. And they begin meditating with their eyes open, just staring up into the sky. And Ermac kind of comes over to you and he says, begin your meditation, but do not close your eyes. Something fantastical is about to happen.
Cool. I do as he instructs.
You are like staring up into the sky, focusing. Your will begins swirling around with the willpower of everyone else in this room. And as you stare up, it like starts off slowly, and so you're like, am I seeing this? But it is almost as though like 13 stars just shine a little bit brighter, and then they get brighter and brighter and brighter until the entire night sky is overtaken by the light of these 13 points. Crazy thing is that the rest of you, wherever you are, also see this as well.
Graves just looks up from his beer.
Mordecai looks up, stretching his ribs a little bit too much. He goes, ah, and walks into the clinic.
Yours is in the ship, so I don't know. Maybe sees it on the star chart or something.
Something. I can't get like, in my head. It's like this very somber like scene, and Data's just going for the joke. Because like I picture like all of you like looking up and wherever you're
Yeah.
at and
Yeah.
seeing this. But I think only Praxis would know that the moons of Nightfall have been aligned. And Ermac goes, "We've done it. The Hantu Gate is calling."
With like not even thinking, I say out loud, "Are all 5 temples prepared?"
We are in the process of... Oh, sorry. Connecting with the world like that. We are in the process of finding the last of the raiment of night. We need someone, though, to... I will back up. The Hantu Gate has been off for a very long time. Its energies have been off. We need somebody to go there. There are creatures that have infested the gate that we will need to remove before the gate can be turned on. And in the meantime, we should have enough time to find the rest of the raiment of night.
What pieces have you found?
We know where the cloak is. We know that the governor has the tenets. And we believe that the cult of the Seekers has found the armor and is very close to finding the sword.
Cult of the Seekers.
They are a proxy for the House Malcleith. Their mother is
Yes,
their head. And
I'm familiar. You've shown me great kindness bringing me in. What reason do you have for opening the gate?
Praxis, how have you felt since that time with your connection to the Way? That connection with the past, with the Would you say your life has become better because of it?
My life hasn't become better, but I've felt a hunger to know more, to be more one with the Way.
We believe that that is the goal of all beings, to become one with the Way. And while people like House Malcleith and the Cult of the Seekers seek to hide and pilfer these artifacts, these connections to the Way, we believe that the and their artifacts are to be freely given and used by all. When we open the Hantu Gate, we know that there are ancient relics past, trapped back there. Those who we believe can control these artifacts. We hope to make the Way and artifacts more accessible to everyone.
I admire your aims. If you can promise me that you will not move on any of the other pieces of the raiment yourself, allow me to do that on your behalf. I will do what I can to help you open the gate.
We are still in the process of finding it. We will not move on it. We do need somebody to clear out any monsters at the Hantu Gate, though. We'd be willing to pay.
Allow me to talk to my crew and see what we can do.
I understand.
In the meantime, I will be in touch. I like... Oh, sorry.
We are now connected, you and I.
Yeah, I take his hands in mine. Thank you. Thank you for introducing me to the way.
You found something of yourself. I can see it. Something you never knew existed.
Yes. I must go, but I will be in touch.
I understand.
Now Danny, sorry, in our private chat, Danny's in her are they gonna kiss?
Said what?
Anyway, I did mechanically want to do a second round of indulging vice, which was my intention.
Total sense.
Ermagerd.
Ermagerd.
So we got paid, right?
Yeah.
We got 6 creds.
Yeah.
Do we want to refill the Montressor's cred, or should we just do the Montressor's upkeep first?
Let's see. Let's see this indulge vice, and then we'll move to that.
Okay.
Yeah, I indulged a little too hard. See, rolling 6s isn't always a good thing, Justin.
There's very few times it's a bad thing. Okay, so what do we
overindulged, but let me look at what that means again.
So you gotta make. You can. He leaves again. You can do rash action, reduce your stash by 4 if you can't or won't. The crew takes 2 debt. You can do big talk and brag about your exploits, and you're gonna gain 2 heat in the current system, or lost. But you're familiar with that because Praxis has already done that before.
Yeah. What was the first one? What's the
rash action? Reduce your stash by 4, or if you can't or won't, the crew takes 2 debt.
Okay. I will do that. So my stash, that wipes out my stash. But
what does that look like? What is that rash action?
I think the rash action actually, if it's okay with you, like I want to kind of just like wrap it into what just happened, like promise to keep the Ashtari cult like in the loop on what we're doing, and basically without talking to the crew, promising to help them open the gate and to collect the stuff. And maybe even I go back. Maybe it looks like to make it truly a rash action. Yeah, I stop in the doorway and I turn back and I just say, like, I go back to him and say, I have the tenant. Actually, I think I might have 3 of the pieces of the raiment.
Oh, well, that is,
and a 4th belongs to a friend, so I will have 4 soon.
I'm so sorry. This is joyous. You have so much of the raiment of night.
Yes.
I'm just trying to figure out, because what is the reduction of your stash? Because the other, the debt also makes sense too.
Yeah.
Like, you would take 2 debt to the Ashtari cult.
Yeah, that might mechanically make a little more sense than taking the cred out of my stash.
Yeah. Because I think he'd be like, well, hold on to those. They're valuable and they're useful. We will let you hold on to them. But we only ask that you continue to serve the Ashtari cult in the ways you can when we need you. The end is coming, Praxis, not in a bad way, but in a joyous way. People will experience the way and everything will be made right.
Yes. Real quick, I just want to make sure, because it dawned on me, but like, he's telling me the truth about their aims and stuff, right? Or at least he believes.
I forgot you know that. So then I can tell you. Then absolutely, yes.
Okay.
They are being truthful. Their goal is to find a way to proliferate the access to our artifacts and the way. And they believe that whatever is trapped behind the Onto gate is going to help them be able to do that. Now, obviously, they don't know what is,
right?
But they're assuming it's ancient and has some access to the way or artifacts, and that they don't. So
Cool.
Yep, they are truthful. Yep.
Awesome. Yeah, I should have asked that earlier, but knowing that makes me feel even better about everything I've just decided and done. Cool. So I will head back to the ship then. Now that that is. And being rash, I don't, even though it affects the crew, I'm not going to tell the crew that we're indebted to the Actari cult.
I love that even more. How are you gonna get around like when they come calling and you're like, we gotta help them? They're like, why do we have to help them? You're like, I don't know, we gotta help them though.
I'll have to think on my toes when the time comes.
Wonderful. All right, now there's that. Let's do. You got your payoff. Let's do upkeep. I think you skipped it last time. You want to pay it this time? 1 cred.
How do we want to split the cred that we got for the job?
Let's do upkeep first, and then because
Sure.
I am going to spend the cred. We have 1 cred left in the ship.
Okay.
And I'm going to spend that.
Yep.
To do upkeep, which clears our skip.
Yep.
And now we have no cred in the ship.
And but you don't have to. You have to pay. Yeah.
We don't.
Yeah. So we could do 3 to the ship and 3 to the crew. Havoc and Mordecai aren't here, so they don't get any.
Fuck it, Danny.
Yeah, he left before we set out the pay, and he never asked for anything. So not
you know, when your arm and your rib is broken, you prioritize that.
Yeah, for sure.
Whatever you say, dude. We got 3 cred in the ship and 1 cred on each of us. And just as an update, I think I am taking. No, not that I think I am. I am taking kinetics.
You are gonna take it.
Nice.
Okay. Cool.
Yes.
Cool. All right, let's move on to heat.
It's getting hot in here.
It's getting hot in here. All right, so right now, looking at it, I'm caught between smooth and quiet, low exposure, and contained, standard exposure. I think I'm gonna go with contained. For a few reasons.
Good on us.
Yeah.
I think the biggest is that you, Praxis, did not spend the stress to make them have vague memories of you telling them all to do that. I think that then is what pushes it over to contain standard exposure. I imagine there's probably some people that came out of that fog and were like, holy shit, that guy just told us to kill each other.
Yeah.
Man, what a night. Am I right?
What a crazy party that was.
Can't wait to tell Aunt Marla about this.
Was it the drugs? Was it the
way? You know what's funny? I'm not saying I disagree with you. This is not a pushback, but it's kind of funny that there's going to be a room of people who are like, holy fuck, that guy told us to kill each other. But then they're like, but then we did. Then we started killing.
You're like, why did we do that?
No, why?
No, in my head, I feel like it's definitely something that maybe happens occasionally. So people would be like, oh, that was the way. Like we were influenced somehow.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
was like, I didn't need the way to kill all you, but all right.
Yeah.
There's one bloodthirsty maniac in there.
I would have done it even if he didn't ask me to do it.
I was already planning on doing it.
I was going to do it already.
So deeply regrets the Hippocratic Oath. He's just been waiting for his opportunity to go crazy.
A high profiler will connect at target. I'm actually yeah, I think so.
All the buffering noise.
Yeah. I think the governor's mansion on Nightfall is a well connected target for sure.
Yeah.
And you did kill people, and there's pretty massive property damage. So
what?
Also, hey, we get 1 less heat though. Because
you get 1 less heat from that devil's bargain.
Oh. Yeah.
So it's wash there. It's just the normal amount of heat.
Yeah, no, here's the thing. I was debating like, oh, did blowing it up get rid of that? And I said, but no, it's a devil's bargain. It happens regardless.
Yeah.
If you could just like get rid of devil's bargains by doing something in the narrative, that would defeat the purpose of the devil's bargain.
It wouldn't do.
So it is a wash.
Yeah.
So I think we're looking at 5 heat in the Breck system. Which is going to give you enough for a wanted level.
Hell yeah.
Good.
Good.
Yes.
Good. Yes. So
Oh,
let's roll that entanglement then.
Tangly dangles.
Tangly dangles.
I really want you to roll a 6 chain all the way up to the wanted 3 table. That'd be perfect.
Danny, why would you even say that?
I just wanted to speak it into existence just once.
Speak.
So this is so fun. I think I rolled this really, really early on in this campaign, which is reprisals. An enemy faction moves against you or yours. Pay them 1 cred per tier. Allow them to mess with you or fight back. If you have no factions with negative statuses, you avoid entanglements for now. I think I rolled this super early on when you didn't have any entanglements or any negative statuses, which I'm now realizing doesn't make sense because you always start off the game with negative statuses.
No, I think we started off with negative with the...
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I realize now that I should have still had that happen because you would have had a negative against. Here's the thing. You're now at war with House Malcleith. So I think it has to be House Malcleith that comes after you. How do they move against you?
How indeed.
How does that kind of like, because we've talked a little bit about this, but how does being at war with them
does that mean like mechanically?
Well, not just mechanically, but in light of Yatu having a certain amount of control over Malcleith and us being friends with Bornico.
Yeah, so I was about to say
the Bornico Syndicate. Controlling the governor with the mind tricks and the clone.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Big summer blowout.
Big summer blowout. Okay. So I'm just trying to figure out. I know who it is. I'm just trying to figure out what they're gonna do to move against you.
Drop a diss track.
Yeah, drop a diss track. Hey, someone has to move against these guys.
I think Kendrick has dropped enough for all of us.
Oh, right. We're fine. Imagine if Kendrick was a part of House Malcleith. That diss track would be insane.
No, we
wouldn't
stand
a chance. We take the same amount of psychic damage that Praxis has.
I feel like it's gotta be big. So I think it's Aaron. I think for many intents and purposes, Aaron represents the House Malcleith faction that is against you.
Right.
Just trying to figure out what they do.
Not much.
I mean, no, there's a lot. A tickle fight. Challenge you to a tickle fight.
We call it fluffy fingers.
What if I don't know fully what you're planning with Havoc, but what if it has something to do with that? What if
Aaron kills Havoc?
No.
Bring him back.
No.
Stuck with Mordecai.
All right, Mordecai.
No, at that point we just kill him.
Fix those ribs.
Make Danny create a third character.
Oh my gosh.
No, I think that Danny, that helps. I think I think I've got something.
Higgins.
I think I've got something.
Friggin' heck, man.
Dragons.
Is this at some point, after you've gotten the job or gotten payout and whatnot? Praxis, you get a video message. That is Skype call, and it says Aaron on it.
I answer. Hello, old friend. Is there something I can help you with?
Good. Yes, and you see that it's him, and then there is a hooded figure, like a sack burlap cloth over his head. So good to get a hold of you. My friend. It would seem as though you have moved against House Malcleath one too many times. Unfortunately, we have had to respond in kind. And he pulls the hood back, and it is Havoc.
He has tape over his mouth.
Absolutely. He holds a gun up to Havoc's head. I believe you just stole something from under our noses. A couple things, actually.
Yes, I do believe it was more than 2 items, actually.
Yeah, so there's only the 2 that we care about. And I believe you know exactly what those 2 are.
Yes. Let me guess, you're going to kill him if I don't return them.
You always were the smart one, weren't you?
Are you going to kill him?
He fires.
And killed him?
I think without even intending it, the trigger is pulled, Gears throws him across the room using kinetics.
This is a video call.
Oh, is it a video call?
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought we were like meeting.
Yeah.
No.
He's trying
This is
to
a video call that
choke
Praxis is
someone through
taking
Skype.
in his room.
I love
so
the
I'm not even
spirit of
there?
that.
No, you wouldn't
Oh,
be,
okay.
because Praxis doesn't take calls in front of people.
That's fair.
Understandable.
Sorry.
The body crumples and falls over. He looks at you in the camera, walks up like straight to it, and then spins it around to show Havoc inside of that. That was a clone. But I want you to know how serious I am. I have no qualms killing Havoc.
Then why kill the clone? Why go to all the trouble, the theatrics? Are you really going to kill Havoc or not, Aaron?
You know I will.
Is he telling the truth?
Is he telling the truth?
Without restrictions, that ability works.
I know.
Although it is powerful, it is also a curse.
It is. I'm trying to figure. Well, I'm now trying to figure out if he is telling the truth or not.
Oh.
Yeah, I think so.
Then do what you must and rid us both of the headache of this conversation. And I hang up.
Oh, what the hell, man?
And then I walk out into the common area. Gears, can you trace a call?
Yeah, sure. I can do that. What do we?
Aaron I think he's about to kill him. We should make our way there.
Oh no! And he immediately runs down to his lab. Well, not lab, but the engine room. Start trying to trace the message.
My brain's just trying to catch up for a moment. Because I'm just imagining Aaron being told, all right, then fucking do it. And then you hang up. And then
Aaron loves torture.
He does, but like...
So he's not going to kill him right away.
He also may not even think he has leverage. So it's hard to say whether he thinks Havoc is useful in some way.
Is that I guess what I'm trying to figure out, that was my understanding of what you just said, which was like, no, we're not giving you those things back. Go ahead and kill him.
Yeah. I mean, that is essentially what I said to him.
Okay, all right. That's what I thought. That's what I'm just making sure.
But maybe Aaron has like a
Why
little
would-
rebellious.
why
like,
would he
little
wait
vet
then?
side of him.
Why would he wait then?
Well, if he does kill Havoc, it's to be clear, he has no hostages at that point. He has nothing of value to trade for the thing that he is supposed to get.
But he doesn't think you're going to give it to him anyway.
I mean, maybe Aaron thinks Praxis is bluffing.
Maybe Aaron thinks Praxis is
Yeah,
bluffing.
right.
And I think, and like I'm not claiming I don't know the answer to this question because like even though he's part of my backstory, this is not the person I knew years ago anymore. Really,
Yes,
like,
no,
neither
no,
of us are the same person.
I think that's totally true.
That said, so like I don't know, is Aaron the type of person who like would look at Havoc and say, okay, this is not the leverage I thought it was.
Yeah.
Get out of here, get out of my sight, like go away. Or the type of person who says, all right, you're useless, but no loose ends, and kills him. Because it could go either way.
It really could go either way.
I guess you don't have the use I thought you had. Now I'm going to put you in my little sexy dungeon.
Yeah, or that.
I mean, Havoc might love that. Havoc would. He's like, wait, hold up. I think that whatever happens, we don't see on screen. Obviously,
can we hear it?
No, because I think I need a couple weeks to think about it.
All right. Sorry.
I think I need a couple weeks to think about it. But you can certainly trace the call, Gears. I need an action. I need an action.
I will rig.
Rig.
While he is tracing the call, like if Graves comes out, like I'm just like I'm telling him the whole like what that whole interaction was within earshot of Gears, but just trying not to like directly interrupt him.
Yeah.
On the flip side, so I can still narratively have the indication that I've gotten kinetics as an ability. Gears is just like pulling tools to himself and like just little like things using the way as he works on this.
Very cool. I'm not gonna make you extra chess.
It's only when you have to move something really heavy, like a whole table.
Yeah. You said rig. I think it's risky, and we'll say standard. Risky standard.
Risky standard. That seems to be our standard at this point.
I think it's the standard of this game.
That's fair.
My dude is rolling.
He is rolling.
Sorry, I kind of zoned out for a second while I was
Hatching
shaking
plans.
the
Sound is just so calming.
dice. I rolled a 6.
Okay.
Nice.
Well, with a 6, you do it. I'm not gonna give you a gambit this time, though.
That's fair.
Or we'll do it this way. If the job becomes
it outside of a thing,
we've played around with it. I'll tell you this. I'll say if you if the next job ends up being let's go rescue Havoc, you'll get a gambit.
Okay, cool. There you go, Johnny. There's that extra gambit you wanted. That's for you, buddy.
Where is he?
Where is he?
Where am I?
Where in the world is?
where is his little fuck nut?
That's Havoc's new nickname.
Lil fuck nut.
Oh, fuck that.
Yeah, let's say also Sanhandra. That makes sense to me. Let's also say Sanhandra.
Sanhandra.
Wait, no, I don't like that.
Nope. Okay.
Ohio.
Never mind.
Let's say
Ohio is perfect.
Let's say Ohio.
Connecticut.
Connecticut. Let's do.
He's in Ohio. He's lost to us forever.
Let's do something we haven't seen before. Let's go to Shemaya.
That's where it goes home.
Let's go to Shemaya, the desert planet of Shemaya.
Nice.
That's just the planet where the writers of Scum and Villainy were like, all right, we need to have a Dune reference in here though. So let's just make this planet
or a Tatooine
Or
reference,
Tatooine.
or literally
Oh,
any
yeah.
desert planet in any sci-fi setting.
Well,
or
I
Mars
would-
and John Carter of Mars.
Yeah.
Or like the desert planet is to sci-fi as elves are to fantasy. It's
For sure. For sure. But you find it. The signal right before you lose it, you know that he is on Shemaya.
all right. Can your leap gate get us to Shemaya? Leap drive. Gears, are you with us?
Yeah, sorry, I was a little distracted. Yeah, I can definitely get us there. Whether or not it's in one piece, that's a different question.
I suppose arriving in one piece or losing Havoc altogether. Those are our options at the moment.
That's why I said it could just get us there.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to engage the leap drive and see what happens.
roll that engine quality. I think it's risky and standard. Does everyone do their downtime actions that wanted to? I feel like Graves did.
We didn't do mine, but it was just the flow of the fiction. Yeah, mine are not substantial. I'd blow off steam.
Okay.
So
yeah,
I didn't indulge my vice.
Okay.
Go break some faces at a bar and see how much stress I can get rid of.
Yeah, please.
Go take care of that now.
Yeah, let's do it.
Up.
Yep.
Alrighty.
Because it sounds like we're basically picking
we're
immediately.
just
job.
immediately
Yeah. Yeah.
We still had the loot from the vault that we never did anything with. So
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
True that. 1D per lowest attribute rating is still 1 for me. Six.
Wonderful.
Nice.
Clear 6 stress. Does that
Okay.
overindulge for you?
I only had 2 stress left.
So yes,
Oh,
it does overindulge.
so
So yes, the answer is yes. So you also have to choose between a rash action, so reduce your stash by 4 or take 2 debt. You can do big talk, but you'll take 2 extra heat in the current system, or Graves goes away and is lost.
that'd be horrible timing. Please don't do that.
I don't want to do that. That sounds terrible in any interesting, like it's the least interesting terrible. Let's see.
We already have so much heat. Might as well just take more heat.
Since we're already here kind of debating this, I'm also
Yeah.
going to say I'm going to spend a credit to get another downtime action
Okay.
that I used
Yeah,
previously.
Okay.
I think. Oh, big talk makes the most sense to me in terms of mechanics, but I'm trying to think about fiction.
We're on. Aren't we? Wait, no, we're on.
You're on Warren right now.
We're back in Warren where we already have how much heat?
Got quite a bit of heat.
Yeah. It's I mean like I could see an argument, and it depends. There's like a trade-off with your character and how you want to like portray Graves here. But if you went with the option where you're clearing 4 stash, besides the mechanics of losing 4 stash, you could just like, it's a fight that he loses and he has to pay up and he's not used to losing, so he
Yeah.
overbet on the fight.
I don't know why. I just don't really see
Yeah.
Graves as like a big talker.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree. Yeah, even though I hate it, I think I'm going to take the money loss for the fiction.
Okay. Do you have 4 stash?
Let me go check. Probably not. Oh, yeah, I do.
Do.
All
Okay,
right.
get rid of that.
Uh,
Yeah, you lost a rare time that you lost, Graves.
ugh.
I think it was someone you underestimated because they weren't like a big fighter. They were like just a pretty like average looking person from when you sized them up, but they were much quicker than you were, and they were able to just like outrun you.
It's like Brad Pitt and
Man.
Snatch.
So reduce that stash. Do you have
Humbling.
that's your second, right?
My second what?
Downtime action.
first. I hadn't done anything. I just talked on the way back home.
Oh, that's
unless
right.
that
Cool.
unless that was an action mechanically to progress my project clock. I don't think we rolled or anything.
Well, we got rid of it, so I'm not going to penalize you for that. So
Okay.
there's something else
Okay.
you want to do.
So yeah, the other thing I would do is just train.
Okay.
And I think that makes sense to me. Following on the heels of that I would be humbled.
Yep, that does make sense.
But maybe I wouldn't be in a fighting mood after that. Yeah, I think I'll just train in the broader sense for towards playbook rather than towards
Okay.
one of the main characteristics.
Sure, but what do you do though? Still.
Yeah, so it could be narratively anything if it's playbook directed.
Yeah, I mean, it should still be sort of like training, right?
Yeah. Do you think, Johnny, that Thorn would let Graves spend time at the book, The Tentative Night?
I mean, it's Thorn understands the book because it revealed itself to him. He would let you look at it, but I don't know if you'd be able to understand it.
I was going to say, actually,
They're written in like a Ramden script.
I was about to ask that. I'm assuming the Ramden have their own language. So here's what I'll say. You can't read this completely because it's an older version of Ramden.
Yeah.
But there's still quite a lot of bits and pieces that you're able to read.
Okay. I think that's what's happening in the fiction.
I love it. I love it. And then Gears, you said that you were going to do another downtime action, spend a cred.
Yeah, just squeeze one in. And I just went to go gamble like I do.
Okay.
And I rolled a 4 because I would roll 2 dice because that's my lowest.
Yep.
And I rolled a 4.
Okie dokie. Sounds good. We're not overindulging with you either, right?
No. There was if I rolled a 6, I would have overindulged.
Wonderful. Well, I think next episode we're gonna open on this jump drive to Shemaya because we have to figure out a few things. One, which is Danny, what the hell are you gonna do next episode?
What's the deal with Havoc?
What's the deal with Havoc?
He's gonna start breaking out from the inside.
Maybe Dr. Nevin comes back for one more mission. You don't quite
we left
leave.
him on Warren. If you want to play Thetis, you can. That's it.
I mean,
I did not
offering
give
up
him
Johnny's
permission to
character.
touch Thetis.
Just
No, thank
offering
you.
up Johnny's character.
Okay.
Danny just instantly murders Thetis as soon as he's given
You're
the
just
reins.
you're gonna talk like this from now on.
as a Mickey Mouse.
Ah,
Oh boy.
oh boy. Oh boy.
Well, thank you so much for listening. I had a lot of fun with these episodes. They were fun episodes, and I mean, the end feels like it's in sight. And feels like it's in sight. It's been building up to this, and we're gonna see what happens. Thank you so much for listening. And if you're interested in supporting us, like I said, we're like 3 patrons away from doing this Patreon only talk show at the end of episodes, which I think will be so much fun. You'll get access to that as a patron. You'll get access to the Forge, our other Patreon exclusive actual play. Yeah, I'm so excited to continue to do this. I have so much fun with you all. Thank you so much for listening, and we will see you next time. Bye.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.